Okay, everybody ready? Everybody ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good morning, and I'll call to order the May 1st, 2023 regular meeting of the Haywood County Board of Commissioners. And our first order of business will be a pledge, and then after that, I'm going to ask Pastor Josh Frazier to come forward for invocation. So if everyone please stand for the pledge.
Let us pray. God in heaven, we thank you for a day that we're able to come together and be able to talk about the things that are going on here in our county. We, as I always say, thank you for the blessing that it is to live here. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here, to work together on the things that benefit each one of us. We pray that the things that happen here today would be done in wisdom and guidance. And all those who are having to make the different decisions, I pray that you would just help them as they work through those things. I pray that this all in your name. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Josh. Our next item, order of business, is our public hearing, but we do not have one this morning. And then after that will be our public comment session. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and Amy will let you know when you're getting close, and if you would, at 3 minutes, just finish your thoughts. So I have a couple of people that have signed up to speak. Our first person to speak will be Joy Deedle, and welcome, Joy. Appreciate you coming out this morning. If you would, just pull the mic down and speak into the mic, and we can hear you very well.
So it's good enough?
Yes.
I don't think I need the microphone. I'm told I talk too loud anyway. I'm here to discuss with the county commissioners the lack of steep slope ordinances. The property behind my house has recently become available. It's 137 feet this way, 102 feet this end, 23 feet, let me repeat that, 23 feet from my back door, and it is on a 60-degree slope. Now, I was shocked to find, and Mr. Inslee is well familiar with this property, that there are no deep slope ordinances in this county. There is no need for a geotechnical soil survey to check about the stability of the soil. How many houses have slid down the slopes in this county? How many people have been killed? I've been assured that that isn't an issue with my property, but still, 23 feet from my back door. It is a concern. There's nowhere for the water to go, nowhere for the sediment to go except downhill on my property. I'm already getting a lot of water. I've had to mitigate water coming under my house that's washed away the foundation. Water comes down from the top, down the side. When they built the driveway, they built ditches on both sides of the driveway, T-boned it on my property, forcing me to spend $1,000 to put in a ditch to mitigate it going into the big ravine that goes into the river. Instead of going 200 feet, they T-boned it on me. And I've had to open that ditch twice during its lifespan because of sediment coming down on me. When we get heavy rains, water comes off the property, down the edge of my property into a creek. I've got videos of that. I lived through Hurricane Ivan in Francis with no problem because the mitigation steps I've taken has worked. But if you remove the ground cover and the tree cover on a 60-degree slope, 23 feet from my back door, I'm not assured that wired back sediment fences or sediment ditches will hold the water. What happens if the people says, well, I don't have the money to maintain the sediment ditches and sediment pits? What happens if they get the volume displacement is such with the rain that it doesn't contain the water? All of this is 23 feet from my back door. I am feeling severely threatened right now. 22 years of my investments in my little piece of property, I feel, is in jeopardy. I do not have the money for lawsuits. Apparently, that's how it's mitigated if there's damage. The county doesn't enforce sediment ordinances that is currently in place. We've got an issue where the county has been out multiple times. They've been told to do something already in the neighborhood at the house next to me, but there have been no steps to address the issue. I'm here to ask the county to please consider getting some steep slope ordinances, include geotechnical soil survey in those ordinances and expedite it as soon as possible with no grandfather clause. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, our next person signed up to speak is Dale Glantz. Welcome, Dale.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for letting me complain. First of all, I want to say thank all of you very much for helping this county. I think you were very much talked about last meeting. You don't deserve it. But I have a question. Been trying for 20 years to get a road extension in Thompson Cove, Chambers Mountain, and Thickety when we can get out when the river floods. All I'm ever told by our representatives, the state don't have money. Well, the state must have plenty of money when we can afford a walkway 5 miles long, 1.9 million. Football fields for 241 people placed, but we can't help 500 homes get out of a flooded area. I'd appreciate something from this commissioners, because the last time I was supposed to meet with our state representative, and I was called to go to Duke to the VA hospital and had to cancel it. Then we had the flood. Not heard nothing since. We appreciate something from the county, and we need this road, I think, bad. We've helped everybody else in the flood, and more people need the flood. But if this state can afford to put this money out, they can afford to put 7/10 of a road along the interstate, which will not come out on the interstate. It will bring you into Canton, but you can have these families to get in and out. And I'll end on that, but you people were very much disrespected in the last meeting. This is uncalled for. Asheville is already in Haywood County. You can read the Liberal Mountaineer and tell that. It's how we done it, where we come from and what. Well, this is Haywood County, not some other place. And thank all of you, because you've got more backbone than I wouldn't listen to it. Promise you. Thank you very much.
Mary.
Good morning. My name is Mary Thomas. I live in the Plot Creek Valley, where the neighborhood is very quiet, except for 4th of July and New Year's Eve. I am very appreciative of Mr. Long's attention to a recent news item reported by WLOS News and shared among jurisdictions in Western North Carolina concerning crypto mining and the noise pollution generated by these facilities, also their exorbitant energy use. As a result, there is a presentation scheduled for today's agenda by Development Services Director Garen Bradish and Development Services Manager Jody Ferguson. Their findings and recommendations will have bearing on our quality of life and property values. Thank you, all of you, for pursuing this quickly.
Okay, that's all I have signed up to speak. So would anyone else care to address the board this morning? Okay, come on up.
So we have a gentleman back there that needs money for a road, so we give $800,000 to Asheville. Giving money to Asheville leftists, and they are leftist, Marxist, and giving needles and crackheads to drug addicts and dealers. What could possibly go wrong? If it wasn't so pathetic, it'd be a great sitcom, and y'all would be the jokes. The Asheville-Buncombe County Chamber gift is up to $800,000. and it's growing by 150,000 a year. Certainly would help to build a road for someone that needs it, for a community that needs it. You could really use that tax money in Haywood. A commissioner's job, if I'm not mistaken, is to work to the best interest of Haywood County residents, pure and simple. I don't care what you think about anybody else. It's your job to work for Haywood County and the Haywood County tax-paying citizens. If I'm wrong, please correct me in your commentary. Can you justify the Asheville-Buncombe County $800,000 gift since 2018? I'd like to hear some justification. I've not heard any. I've heard some convoluted excuses, but I've not heard any justification. What have we received for that? Mr. Francis says we bought 2 friends. Out of the 7 people that work for the chamber, we've bought 2 of them for $800,000. I always had friends for a lot less than that. I wouldn't want to have a friend I had to buy. So I'm glad he can buy 2 friends. And they work hard. The ditch diggers work hard. The trash collectors work hard. Executives or officials should work smart as opposed to hard. Do y'all have the nerve to stand up against dictator Kevin Inslee? Or are you his sheeple? You'll always vote like Kevin wants it voted. Right, Kevin? What is the director or dictator holding over your heads? What does he have on you that you follow him like a bunch of cattle? Rogers and Inslee are up for election in 2024. Are you going to run on your record? Got a great record. A great record. I'll be up there in that middle chair in a couple of years, and I'll show you how to run something. Because I have run plenty of things, and not in the ground, and not against the best interest of the community. Commissioners enabled drug addicts and dealers, and probably created new ones. And when Director Inslee commands you, well, let's see, you give $800,000 to Asheville and you give me 3 minutes. What a deal. The irony in there just strangles me. I guarantee the pathways deal will be a disaster, an absolute disaster. It'll give more transient vagrants and drug addicts a way to get to Haywood. And then we'll need some homeless shelters, like Mr. Inslee wants homeless shelters. He's got a big heart. And we'll have more transient vagrants for our police and for sheriff to have to corral as opposed to taking care of good citizens. I'm not uncaring. I'm a realist. I realize that after this many years on earth, it's been a lot, that you can't make people do anything. You can't make them care for themselves. You can't make them want to work. They either do or they don't. They put drugs in their body. I don't do it. And there are programs out there for help these people, whether they're mentally or physically or drug addicts. There are programs to help them. If they go through these programs and they don't get help, it's because of them. They have made their choices. You don't build a homeless shelter, which attracts more of them, and then you build another homeless shelter to take care of those and attracts more of them. Common sense 101 is pretty uncommon for our commissioners. Does Dictator Inslee care about transient vagrants and drug addicts or hardworking Haywood citizens? Like I said, common sense is pretty uncommon for this bunch up here. I don't get it. I've only lived here 6.5 years. But I know from that time, I love Haywood County. I moved here. I wasn't born here and not gotten out of the county. I moved here because I love it. And you don't have to be a local or a good old boy to know what you're doing, to have a brain, and to use that brain. Thank you. So in closing, who should you vote for county commissioner when you have an opportunity? Someone that's local or a newcomer? Let me answer that question. In my humble opinion, and my wife said I never had one, the only thing that separates the candidates is their desire and ability to thoroughly educate themselves on the issues before voting. and then considering if the issue is in the best interest of Haywood tax-paying citizens. If a candidate can't do this, regardless of their roots, Mr. Long, 1804, I've heard your nickname is 1804, that individual should not be involved in public service. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Would anyone else care to address the board this morning? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. Sometimes being a commissioner, it's like Groundhog Day. So we'll move on to constituent concerns. I want to mention that the Haywood County Animal Shelter is having an open house to celebrate 5 years in the new facility on Saturday, May 6th at 2023. So that's this Saturday. It'll be from noon to 4. There will be facility tours and refreshments and plenty of adoptable pets. So mark your calendars if you're interested in that. Next is we'll have a quorum of the Board of Commissioners that will be attending a community meeting organized by the Concerned Citizens of Haywood County group at the Buttered Biscuit Restaurant on Thursday, May 11th at 5:30 p.m. The media and public are encouraged to attend, which when we have a quorum there, the media and public are always encouraged to attend those meetings. There will be a special meeting conducted prior to the regular meeting on May 15th so that the commissioners can interview candidates for the Haywood County Board of Trustees, and the time will be posted later. And next I want to call on our Sheriff, Bill Wilkie, to come up and just give us I know he can't say a lot, but I want him to give us a report on some activity he had this weekend. He's making Haywood County a safer place.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley and Commissioners. We recently put out a press release. We seized close to 300 grams of fentanyl and almost 500 grams of methamphetamine this past weekend. And there really is no telling, as I said in the press conference, how many lives this could have potentially saved. I've heard some estimates that there was enough fentanyl to kill every citizen in this county, and then some. It was a lot of drugs, and the folks that I've talked to can't remember one so large. In fact, we believe it's close to 10 times larger than any seizure to date. It's very significant. I can take little to no credit. I want you to know that the deputies in this county know that they have your support. They have the support of the citizens of this county, and because of that, they're out working hard every day. Most of them live here, certainly live within the region, and they're committed to keeping this region safe, and they go out and do it every day because of your support and the support of the citizens. It is an honor and a privilege to be their sheriff. I'd like to tell you that it has a lot to do with me, but frankly, it has more to do with them. One thing I would like to say, we tend to forget when we see things like this and think and wonder how bad our drug problem is, and it's bad. It's bad. I had the opportunity to share a message yesterday at Piney Grove Methodist Church. I was invited by the pastor, Jason Smith, to speak, and after some prayer and consideration, I talked for about 20 minutes on the message of hope. It's easy to look at the world today. It's easy to hear complaints. It's easy to hear people talk about all the things that are wrong. And in all that noise, we tend to forget what's right. We are still dealing with human beings. We still have a great number of people in this county who not just support law enforcement, but support what we're doing to make things right. Some of those are the families of those affected by this epidemic. I got to meet some of them yesterday. The message that I also want to share is that there is compassion for those families and those people that are addicted. And in our enforcement efforts and the tough guy sheriff videos that you see me put out on Facebook, I want the residents of this county to also know that there's help. And that in that accountability, and the accountability that I call on people to take for themselves, is a component of compassion. In fact, I would tell you that accountability is compassion. There's always an opportunity to turn from those ways, and as hard as it may be with addiction, there is help. And as sheriff, many of you know, I'm working on an effort through our detention facility to broaden those programs that my predecessor started. And I don't want those families to think that in the blight of this epidemic that there isn't hope, because there's always hope. In fact, there have been periods in my life, and I think in the lives of many sitting here, personally and professionally, when the only thing you had, perhaps, was hope. Whether it came from your faith or wherever it came from, it was there. And I don't want us to lose sight of that. And as sheriff, it is my intention to bring that hope and keep that hope among the citizens of this county and among our elected officials, that we're going to get to a place that's safer. We're going to keep what we have as a county and as a community, where we say hello to each other when we walk down the street. We're going to keep the things that are special and make us special. And in that is hope. So I appreciate the opportunity to get up here and clarify some of those things and share with you my thoughts and the activities I've spent a lot of days and a lot of nights working with our leaders and our managers within that agency. And I can honestly tell you there's never been a time in my life where I've been more proud of the law enforcement profession that I've been able to associate myself with. And I thank you for your support, your continued support, and the support of the residents and the citizens of Haywood County. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
I've ever seen anybody more passionate for their job than Sheriff Wilkie is, so I appreciate your passion, Sheriff. And we have great law enforcement in our county. There's no doubt about it. Every town has great law enforcement, and our sheriff leads that, and he basically stepped into that role, and we appreciate all that you're doing to try to help our people as much as they can. Okay, next, I want to call on, I've just got a few more things, sorry guys, and I'll get to you all. I want to call on David Francis so he can announce some of the upcoming job fairs. Is David here? Oh, okay. Hey, Dave.
Morning, Commissioners. Hope everybody's doing well on the first day of May. Just wanted to bring you up to date on a couple of things that are happening with the job fairs for the Evergreen folks. The North Carolina Works RV, which is, North Carolina Works is their job career center. They have an RV that travels around. The RV will be located at Park Street in Canton, Monday, May 1st, 9 to 4, Tuesday, May 2nd, 9 to 4, and Wednesday, May 3rd, 9 to 4. And then Evergreen is sponsoring a job fair at Haywood Community College High-Tech Center at 112 Industrial Drive beginning Thursday, and it runs from 7 to 7 on Thursday and Friday. And the NC Works RV will be there as well, too. And so what you have there is employment services, job search assistance, career assessment and guidance, training, educational programs, resume and cover letter prep, and diploma and certificate programs, and more. They will be there to help you with this, too. I'd also like to thank Dr. Shelley White. On March 6th, she was the second phone call I made after I heard about the mill closing. And she has been a great partner, her and Doug Birchfield. I cannot say enough about those two and what they've done for this county, for the employees at Evergreen. They need a special round of applause for what they've done to help, stabilize that side as well, too. I want to let you know about that job fair. There will also be another one on June 16th, Friday, June 16th. At the Smoky Mountain Event Fair, which is a former fairgrounds. And so this will be very significant because this job fair will be after the June 9th, when most of the employees will have, let go, terminated. There's, lots of words there, unfortunately, to use at that point. But June 9th is the last day. So this will be very significant there, because up to June 9th, the employees can receive their severance pay. So the employees who stay there June 9th will get their severance pay. And so then it will start, if they want a new job after that, there'll be a great job fair there. I think we've already got 80 people, or 80 employers signed up for that as well, too. So I think that, it's been, how we've navigated through this. We couldn't have done it without some of the folks, and I appreciate your all's, guidance and leadership during this, monumental change for our county. And we couldn't have done this without the community college. Again, I think there's special recognition there. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I just wanted to comment, Joy, on your, I think what you're talking about, we have a steep slope ordinance, but we don't have a stormwater ordinance. And that's really what affects you more than anything, is stormwater. And so we as the board can direct the planning board to be looking at that if y'all think it would. And I will say, I've had personal issues with stormwater. My grandparents had an issue, and there was really nothing that we can do about stormwater because we don't have a stormwater ordinance. And I know we've talked about it several times. So, if y'all, it'll be. It wouldn't hurt for the planning board to be working on that, so we can maybe get something going, because Joy's problem is going to occur more and more, because when you have steep slopes, if it's not mitigated properly, the sediment will continue to move in ways that you can't believe it does when you have a storm and everything. When somebody does grading, they change that. So that might be something, Jody, y'all could maybe get on your agenda if you would and stuff. So.
Can you not add geotechnical soil on steep slopes?
Yeah.
Too,
We can,
that's
yeah.
important also.
Yeah, I'll look into that. So, okay, all righty. But that's a good point. And stuff. If you could look into that, you might even comment when you come up, Jody, here in just a second. Okay, and then the road in Thickety, Dale, get with me later, and I want to find out exactly where that is. Yeah, and Mr. Pless is here if you want to talk to him later about that. So, about where that road is, he's pretty good about getting the DOT on stuff. So, okay, and then all right. So I think Jennifer, can I start with you on constituent concerns today?
You can, yeah.
Okay,
I've
I
had
think you're-
several. I think there's some topics that are on the agenda today that we're going to address, and so we can just do it then.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Terry, if you want.
Yeah. On Joey's talk there, we're meeting. Mark Pruitt is contacting me. I'm on the engineering board, and Mark had sent me email and stuff. We're working on the slope ordinance, thinking about changing it some. And when he gets everything, and he's doing all the research and stuff on it now, when he gets a meeting set up and everything, we're going to be working on that slope ordinance pretty quick. And then on Dale's, I understand exactly where Dale's coming from on the Thompson Cove thing. My daughter lives up there, and it don't have to rain a whole lot to where it puddles up at the bottom of Thompson Cove Road right there. And it comes out of the river right there, and you can't go toward Canton or you can't come toward Clyde, and they're just stuck in Thompson Cove, no way to get out. And several people have tried to come out there and, got caught in that big puddle right there at the end of Thompson Cove Road. And I appreciate him bringing that up, because I thought about that several times myself. And I want to say a few things about the fairgrounds, the new paving that where we got the grant and got the paving done, and you got the upper parking lot. I came back through and checked it last night after they completely finished it, and you talk about looking good.
Wow, that's
it
great.
really looks good. The paving, they done an excellent job on the paving, and the gravel in the parking lot where they took the parking lot to the right as you go up a hill. Now it's a big parking lot. And I've had several people call me on some of the noise stuff at the fairgrounds about the events and stuff. I'm trying to get in contact with a lot of these people and see if we can't have a meeting and work something out satisfactory to everybody. I mean, we got some, and I know I've talked to one that I know is probably not going to want to work too well with us, but most of them seem to be pretty open to a meeting and something to talk about this. So I'd like to do that too if we get a chance to get the residents around there close to have a meeting. All right,
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Just as Commissioner Best, I know that there's some things coming up on the agenda here in a few minutes that we'll be discussing. Discuss most of those then. And what I will say to Mr. Dale, I forgot your last name, but
Lance.
Representative Pless is here with us this morning, and you can speak with him. I know that in the past, when I've spoke to him about whatever issue I've had, he's been on it immediately. So very good at responding. So feel free to get with him on your concerns, other than what's on the agenda.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to all that. Okay, Tommy, go ahead.
I used to read Reader's Digest, and one of my favorite sections in that magazine was "Laughter is the Best Medicine." I want to share something with you folks that couldn't see what happened, but the lady on the front pew right here,
she got so excited about the sheriff's report on those drug busts, she jerked one of those pickets right straight, lift it up right, lift that. I seen her, she jerked that thing right out of there, Sheriff. She got so excited a minute ago. I might have been the only one that witnessed that, but that was a memorable moment. Thank you, ma'am. That was good. So I do want to commend the sheriff and all of his deputies for doing a wonderful job on that, and I know they'll continue to do mitigation on our drug problem. And coming in here from several states, there was some publications that came out that was very eye-opening on where these drugs actually come from. But appreciate all the hard work sheriff's deputies do and all your department. Pretty appreciate that. Also, just to follow up, we had a EWP meeting out at Crestview Church last week, and we had great participation from Dwayne Van Hook, Soil and Water. We had Joe Stanton from North Carolina, and we just have had a great, of course, McGill gave the presentation on the river cleanup, and I've had several folks comment to me about that since the tropical storm occurred. So we are on that. Be letting out bids for sections of stream abatement, and I want to commend Legislator Pless. It's in our attendance today. He has really worked hard for this county and surrounding Tropical Storm Fred and all the issues that we have had, the obstacles that we've had to overcome, and our county staff. I have heard time and time again from the state folks that our county staff they've never experienced county staff that has had all their T's crossed and I's dotted like our staff has, and I think it has helped expedite this process. I think we've seen other areas around the state that hasn't been, so fortunate. So anyway, I will say that, and I think that's about all I have. Again, the flood situation is an ongoing thing, and it's frustrating that it's not the Chick-fil-A way. It's not the Chick-fil-A way. It's going to be years of continuation of trying to straighten up the damage that has occurred up there. But I'm amazed at how people work. I was up there over the weekend and North Carolina Baptist on mission. I'm telling you, those folks are amazing. They are still up there last weekend working on a house, getting people back in a home. And they have been working continuously, nonstop, to help people. And I just want to throw kudos out to that group. I know they contracted through them. They had the lowest bid on putting people back in homes, and they continue to amaze me. So is there any follow-up on that situation from the meeting that you want to brief people with?
I think out of the meeting, there were several that I talked with still on private bridges and culverts, and relayed that information to the state budget office just because they're waiting to get those projects rolling. So,
thank you.
Can I say one more thing? I had the pleasure of getting invited to a couple of meetings last few weeks, and it was something I really enjoyed. I got laughed at for going to that Riverview Garden meeting that they invited me to. But I'll tell you what, that was fun. I had a ball. And talking to all those ladies and stuff and that, and they fed me like a king, I'm telling you. They had music and everything, and then I got invited to a HOA meeting at the library up there, and it went real well too. Surprised me. A lot of good people up there, and I feel like I love it. I like to get invited to any of those meetings, because anytime you interact with the people and the citizens of the county and stuff, and they can tell you their concerns and stuff, it opens your eyes to a lot of different things, and I really enjoyed it. And I just want those people to know that I really enjoyed both those meetings. It was really fun.
You telling people so they'll invite you so you can eat again?
There you go.
Okay. Joy, Tim Sisk is back here. He's our maintenance guy, so he'll get right on that for you. She's got a couple. We've got a couple of those, Tim. I didn't realize they were that loose. I think they got overlooked when they did the remodel.
I think she jerked them out by the roots. I was watching.
She said she's going to the gym. Okay.
We'll get right on that slope ordinance.
Okay, our next order of business is administrative agency reports and presentations. And so to Ms. Thomas's point, we have a report on cryptocurrency data mining facilities, and we have our Development Services Director, Darren Bradish, and Development Services Manager, Jody Ferguson, here to speak to that. And welcome. Appreciate y'all coming out today.
Okay, can you hear me? I always have trouble with this mic. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, with respect to cryptocurrency, I thought maybe we'd start with me just reading a general definition because it's something that a lot of folks don't know anything about. And so, commercial crypto mining is the process by which cryptocurrency transactions are verified and added to the public ledger, known as the blockchain. And this means that the new units of cryptocurrencies are released through the use of server farms and data centers that employ data processing equipment. So we've all seen the local media here lately where they've shown us what's happened down in Cherokee County. This was something that kind of came to my attention. I introduced it to the planning board back in January, just as a topic that we might want to look at. So in February, we did a little staff presentation, just trying to inform our members what crypto mining is, because it's really kind of a new subject for most of us. Then in our March meeting, we had some discussions about, well, if we were going to try to regulate this type of industry, what should we do? Should we create a whole new ordinance, or should we try to amend our high impact ordinance? And we've settled on, at this time, with the information we've gathered, that we should amend our high impact ordinance. That's already in place. It's Chapter 160. I think that'd be a good place for us to start. And then our April meeting, as we're continuing to gather information about crypto mining, we had Josh Deaver, who's the COO for HEMC, come and speak to us. They have had inquiries in the past for this type of, they would call them an industrial customer. To date, the power rates have been discouraging, so no one has been wanting to, move forward and follow through. But it's something that I think we have an opportunity to be proactive about. So, at the pleasure of the board, we'll continue to work on that and try to bring something. We're kind of in the infancy of this. I made contact with Maria Haas. She's the assistant county manager down in Cherokee County. She said she'd be happy to meet with us and actually maybe take us out to probably their noisiest customer, if you will.
Do they have more than one?
They have 3, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but one seems to be more impactful than others, and as we've already heard alluded to this morning, noise is the big thing. So I'll be curious to see if we can visit maybe the other 2. I mean, I'm sure we won't get like a tour, but to kind of see and judge what that noise is like, that sort of thing. So we're happy to work on that if that's the pleasure of the board.
I think we should pursue it.
I think so as well.
Yeah, I think there's a consensus to do that, yeah. Okay, great.
Any other questions for me at this time?
What does Cherokee seem to think about it? I mean, do they talk in favor of it or against it, or how do they sort of react?
Well, I asked her if she could talk to me about negatives, but also if they had any positives. And, I think it kind of caught them a little bit by surprise as to how noisy this particular one was going to be. But they are currently going to try to work on a high impact ordinance in their county. And so they're kind of just in this infancy too. And she asked if I could share information with her, which I did, send her our high impact ordinance. And I'm kind of looking forward to meeting with them. She said they were going to meet with an environmental attorney about this type of issue. So I'll be curious to see if they have some information to share with us that's, new.
Joey, to Commissioner Ramey's point, I talked to the chairman of the Cherokee County Commission, Cal Stiles, and he brought up 3. He said they did have 3, but the negatives were they basically were a drain on their power grid. The one in downtown Murphy actually uses more power than twice as much power as the whole town. And also the noise, and in some cases where they're water cooled, it uses a tremendous amount of water. But also, there are no jobs basically associated with these facilities. It's a great huge impact on our infrastructure, but with no really substantial jobs. Maybe a security officer sitting behind a screen somewhere watching the security cameras, or some maintenance person that comes and checks those cooling units. So it is something that I know Clay County he informed me that Clay County had a moratorium, 1-year moratorium, and I think I'd asked the county attorney to look into that. And also Rutherford County had some issues too. So if you might want to check with those two counties and see what they've been doing. And I appreciate your work on that.
Yeah, Rutherford County, I think, has a Facebook data type processing center. And so one of the things that I've mentioned to the planning board is that, we might want to include data centers in general. We're seeing, all this stuff in the media about the rise of AI, and something's got to process all that data. And so, we don't want to be short-sighted if we're going to look at this issue and try to take it all in.
Okay,
Thank
then to Joy's point about I guess you've got that. Or do you have any comments on that?
Again, with what Commissioner Ramey said, we recognize that our slope ordinance has become a bit dated. We do have a slope ordinance, and so Mark Pruitt is in the process of kind of getting that together, resurrecting that board, if you will, and we do want to start working on that. With respect to stormwater, that's something that we probably should bat around a little bit and see where that would be best placed. Would we want a complete stormwater ordinance, or would we want to try to amend maybe our erosion ordinance to take on some of those components? So as staff, we can look at that a little bit, and if planning board makes some good headway with crypto mining, we can certainly add that to their agenda if that's desirable.
I think that's pretty important, because I know several people have had this stormwater problem. There's one, my dad had one bad down there. Some people bought a hill above him and just cut it off and just run all the water down there. Of course, the county worked on it a whole lot, and we finally got it, where they had to put in a pit, but they're still not maintaining it or nothing. But it's still really important in the county, I believe, because it's happening more and more as all this new development comes up and stuff. It's getting a lot worse, so I think that would be a good idea.
Now, Mark's talked about that a long time, Mark Pruitt, and everything. And we passed that high impact ordinance in 2016, so I'm glad we can just add to that with this type facility, because they weren't in existence, or we probably would have then,
Yeah, it's changing too fast on us.
Yeah,
so.
Technology changes things a lot, but it's good that y'all are staying on top of that.
Well, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're awful quiet, Gary.
Well, I figured I'd let her. She really did introduce this to the planning board in January and brought it to our attention before we really started hearing about it. So kudos to Jody for making us aware and getting us working on it. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Okay, the next item is there's Haywood County Schools fiscal year 23-24 budget presentation, and we have our Haywood County Schools CFO, Taylor Garland, and our superintendent, Trevor Putnam. Welcome, Trevor. And welcome, Taylor.
All right. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. I'll start with our budget message. The mission of Haywood County Schools is to work passionately and productively to support student success. We believe passionate work and productive work result in student success, and no other school district should have better overall academic and extracurricular success. The mission components serve as guiding principles in budget development. Our primary focus points for the 23-24 budget are to recruit, maintain, and support employees in their passionate and productive work, limit expansion items in the local current expense budget, and adjust as needed to account for declining enrollment and associated issues with the Canton Mill closure. This document represents the recommended budget for Haywood County Schools for fiscal year 23-24 for local current expense funds, capital outlay funds, and child nutrition funds. In compliance with statutory requirements of the school budget and Fiscal Control Act, the anticipated revenues and the projected expenditures are equal and the budget is organized to enable the Board of Education to control the fiscal management of the school system. 6 separate funds make up the total budget. Item number 1, local current expense, Fund 2. Item number 2, local restricted funds, or Fund 8. Item number 3, capital outlay, or Fund 4. Child nutrition, Fund 5. State public school, Fund 1, and federal grants, Fund 3. The local current expense budget provides for a broad spectrum of school system operating costs. These include, but are not limited to, supplies, repairs, utilities, contracted services, as well as instructional and support personnel. During the development of the local current expense budget, the following assumptions were used: a 7% salary increase for certified personnel, a 5% salary increase for non-certified personnel, a 7.65% employer matching FICA, and 26.05% employer matching retirement, and $8,001 annual cost for employer matched hospitalization. And just for distinction here, those are not raises that we are creating or wanting to promote. It is anticipation of any action the General Assembly might take. You know, they are talking about pay raises for certified and non-certified staff. So we have to anticipate those should they come into effect. We'd rather overestimate than underestimate and be caught short on money. The anticipated county per pupil appropriation rate is $2,430.86 for 6,498 Haywood County school students, plus 636 brick and mortar charter students. The number of students is based on the best average daily membership of students for the first or second month of the 22-23 school year. Anticipated revenues also include an allocation of $21,330 for 27 virtual charter students, $345,000 in fines and forfeitures, and $24,000 for ABC revenues. This brings the fiscal year 23-24 total anticipated county revenue to $17,732,085. Local restricted funds are not permitted for use in the current expense budget. The anticipated local restricted funds are over $3 million. This number varies based upon grant receipts. These funds are reserved for use as set forth by grant or policy guidelines. Capital outlay budget funds cover maintenance, repair, and renovation projects, equipment needs, and capital safety support efforts throughout the school system. The requested capital outlay budget is $1,250,000, and I'll pause there. In the past years, we've asked for $900,000, and we have a recurring expense of $350,000 in device replacement. And we thought it was a lawful, legal opportunity to free up money in the current expense, so those are operating costs, and shift those over into our capital outlay request. That fund balance is healthy. Those revenues generate a little better, and it helps us offset the strain on our current expense. So we're literally moving $350,000 out of current expense over into our capital outlay budget to help reduce the amount spent out of our current operating budget. And if y'all have questions at the end of this, I'll be happy to field them. Child nutrition budget funds support the operation of the school food services. The anticipated child nutrition budget is $5,314,920. State public school budget funds provide for a broad spectrum of school system operating costs. These include, but are not limited to, supplies, repairs, contracted services, as well as instructional and support personnel. The state public school fund is the largest fund source and is based on an ADM of 6,486 students. We have no preliminary planning budget data from the state. The current year allocation for state public school funds is $50,698,052.50. Federal grant funds are restricted for use in federal federally regulated areas. These include but are not limited to Title I, Title II, and Title IV. The current year allocation in federal grant funds is $22,683,404.34. The overall purpose of the budget development and expenditures is to support passionate work and productive work that contribute to student success. And I respectfully submit this to you as our budget message. I'm going to ask Ms. Garland, our Chief Financial Officer, to come and give you a greater detail.
Good morning, Commissioners. So moving to our local current expense budget, we'll go through this by the purpose line item, and the purpose just tells us why we are spending the money. So first up, before I get into that, I just want to remind you that the local current expense is only part of our total budget. So now more than ever, we are trying to utilize other funds we have available to us in the best possible way we can. So the local budget by itself does not tell our entire story, so keep that in mind as we go through this. So first up are the 5,000 series or instructional services. Our 5100s, those are regular instructional services. So that budget of $5,011,623.60 provides salaries and benefits for 4 locally funded teachers, lead teacher stipends, substitute pay, instructional supplies, support for our career and technical education program, as well as school allocations. 5,200 is our special population services. The budget of $204,089 provides support for our AIG programs, our exceptional children programs, our ESL program, and about 1 teacher, the salary and benefits for that position. 5,300 is our alternative programs and services. The budget of $197,710 provides support for our middle and high school remediation programs and at-risk student services. 5,400 school leadership services. That budget of $1,446,036.77 provides the salaries and benefits for approximately 2.5 assistant principals, the extra duty stipends for all of our principals and assistant principals, 16.5 clerical positions located at our schools, and school allocations for principal and assistant principal staff development. 5,500 is our co-curricular services. That budget of $442,671.20 provides the supplements for our head and assistant athletic coaches. 5,800 school-based support services. That budget of $262,500 mainly covers our nursing contract with the county and some of our school resource officer contract expenses. That brings the total of our 5,000 series or our instructional services to $7,564,630.57. Moving on to the 6,000 series or the system-wide support services, 6,100 is our support and development services. That budget of $362,139.51 provides salaries and benefits for approximately 2 curriculum directors and the needed supplies for those departments. 6,200 is our special population support. That budget of $65,714.79 provides half of the salary and benefits for our exceptional children's program director. 6,300 alternative program support. That small budget of $360 provides a very small amount of administrative support for our Haywood Community Learning Center program. 6,400 technology support services. That budget of $566,893.89 provides salaries and benefits for approximately 8 ITC positions, as well as support for their departmental expenditures. 6,500 operational support services. That budget of $5,555,998.86 provides salaries and benefits for 15 custodians, 2 directors, those are our transportation and maintenance directors, and approximately 21 maintenance employees. It also covers our maintenance contracts and supplies and utilities. 6,600 financial and human resource services. That budget of $651,925.25 provides the salaries and benefits for the school finance officer, assistant finance officer, and clerical positions within the finance and HR departments. $6,700 is our accountability services. That budget of $107,098 provides a partial salary for the director, as well as contract services and workshop-related support for that department. $6,800, system-wide people support services. The budget of $245,530.71 provides the salary and benefits for our ITC director, as well as support costs for our ITC department. $6,900, policy, leadership, and public relations. That budget of $992,860.34 provides our board supplement and travel, liability, auto, and property insurance, legal and audit services, and clerical positions for all of our superintendents. That brings the total of our 6,000 series or system-wide support services to $8,548,521.43. Moving on to the 7,000 series or ancillary services, $7,100 is community services. That budget of $1,300 provides advertising and community membership fees and dues for our school system. $7,200 nutrition services. That budget of $8,022 provides the extra duty stipend for our child nutrition director. So that brings the total of our ancillary services to $9,322. Moving on to 8,000 or non-program charges. First, we have our 8,100s. That is payments to other governmental units. And when you see this, think payments to charter schools. So that budget of $1,600,251 is our estimated payments to charter schools for the 23-24 fiscal year. And that is our current per pupil appropriation rate of $2,340.85 per pupil for 636 brick and mortar charter school students, plus their share of any fines and forfeitures, as well as ABC revenues that we receive from the county. And that also includes $790 per pupil for our virtual charter school students. $8,500 is contingency. That budget of $9,360 provides unbudgeted funds for any unplanned but necessary expenditures that may arise throughout the year. That brings our total for non-program charges to $1,609,611, which brings our total budget for the 23-24 year to $17,732.85. Another way to look at this, if you look at it visually, you can see that approximately 43% of our budget is estimated to be spent on instructional services. Approximately 48% is estimated to be spent on system-wide support services, and 9% we're estimating to be distributed to charter schools. Another way to look at our budget, if you look at it by object code, so is it salaries, is it benefits, contract services, so on and so forth, you can see that approximately 62% or close to $11 million of our total local current expense budget is planned to be spent on salaries and benefits for approximately 70 local positions. So last but most certainly not least is the revenue side. We are anticipating the county appropriation for 23-24 fiscal year to be $17,363,085, and that is the 3.25% per pupil appropriation rate increase from our current year to be $2,430.86 for 6,498 Haywood County school students and 636 brick and mortar charter school students. That also includes the $790 per pupil appropriation rate for 27 virtual charter school students. And we are also estimating fines and forfeitures as well as ABC revenues to be about the same as we budgeted for the current year. So fines and forfeitures we estimate to be $345,000 and ABC revenues we estimate to be $24,000. You can see that we plan to appropriate no fund balance in our budget next year. We have appropriated most of what we have left to get us through the remainder of this school year. That brings the total revenue budget to $17,732,085 to balance with our expenditures. And I just want to note that our budget does balance, but it balances with cuts in positions and cuts in services. Some of those that are still yet to be realized as we continue to work through this. Are there any questions on the local current expense budget?
Did you want?
No, sir.
Okay.
This is in line with the funding formula as the Board of Commissioners passed, I guess, at the last meeting. So these figures are included in the budget we're working on.
Any questions? What is your fund balance? Is it zero now?
It was 1.7 or close to that as of June 30th of 22. We appropriated about 1.1 to get us through this year. So there's not much more you can spend because you need to have a little bit left as required by the state. So we're getting down close to nothing.
Okay. And then Trevor, you're working on the cuts to personnel. I think
some of those have already taken place in varied forms. We have notified schools of an AP reduction at our 2 high schools. We have a AP reduction in middle school. We have...
Okay, so what's AP?
Assistant principal, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay, yeah.
Us school people, we like acronyms.
I know, yeah.
Okay,
We all
so
do. Government
follow
likes
along
acronyms.
here. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's assistant principals. And there are other cuts to come. And a lot of the timing of that will be dependent on what, if any, help from the General Assembly we're able to obtain. You know, we did put out some local bill language because to begin this year, we're looking at a $2 million gap in revenues and our actual our actual expenses. So we have to resolve those readily. And as Ms. Garland accurately pointed out, this budget is balanced, but it's balanced with those cuts, the timing of which will be dependent on whether we get additional legislative action. If that occurs, then we'll be able to move more slowly and rely more on attrition, natural attrition. And if that doesn't occur, then we're looking at a pretty sharp cliff there. So I do want to point out, though, that the efforts all of you have made to offset some of this gap has helped us immensely. The additional funding is greatly appreciated in this initial year, you know, and the funding formula that you approved was helpful as well, because that means for us long-term that we're able to absorb these cuts more steadily, but there's still additional help needed from the state. Important to point out why the gap, why so sharp, why so large. There was a non-certified salary increase or hourly rate increase, which was needed. Every one of those individuals deserved that and more, but it came with no funding. And so we had to absorb that within our local budget, and that was really impactful. And
what was the percent on that? That was the state mandated. What was the percent on that?
So we had to take every non-certified employee to $15 an hour, and that was required in the middle of 2022. You correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at Ms. Garland. And then we had to pay it retroactively back to the beginning of the year after the budget was already set. So that was, you know, about $500,000 there. And then we had to pay it going forward. And so it has been really impactful on our budget.
Anybody else have any questions?
The school board, I'm sure they've been reviewing this, and they wholeheartedly approve your recommendation.
Yes, sir. We presented to them last Thursday, and they approved the local budget as we've presented it to you to hear here to you today. So,
You have an appointed school board member that's on the finance committee, specifically like you do have other ones on different committees.
we do.
David,
Currently is Ronnie Clark.
talking about I know we've had these discussions about the shortfall in attendance, the numbers. What are you tracking? What's the trend look like, K through 5? I mean, starting back here, are you seeing the number of enrolled students pretty much stay the same? Are they declining? Are they increasing? Because, the pipeline keeps moving.
So we have realized about 130 less in enrollment on average over the last 5 or 6 years in decline. COVID had an impact. The charter school had an impact. There are lots of impacts, and to say one thing created that, would be unfair. But there have been multiple things that have contributed to declining enrollment. And so that's been the case over the last few years as our ADM number continues, our average daily membership continues to decline. And now with the mill closure, we are highly uncertain. My hope is that every one of those families and their kids stay. We want them here. We love them. We want to care for them and educate them. But we have no idea. They're making tough decisions right now. Those families are having to decide whether to go, cross the line to Buncombe or completely out of state. And that's understandable. They have a family to provide for, and we have no idea how many will choose to do that. So we have in this budget anticipated another drop in enrollment of 150. Is that correct, Ms. Garland? She's trained me up really good. I'm highly trainable. So we have anticipated another drop in enrollment of 150. And if our numbers, if that doesn't hold, that will certainly help us. We'll be to the good in our budgeting. We've also done some other creative things. Actually, I do not have a rat in my pocket. Ms. Garland has found some really good ways for us to offset our current expense budget. One of them was device replacement, moving it over into the capital side, which is really maybe where it should have been anyway. The other thing is using ESSER funds. Most people hear that it's American Recovery Act, I think, on the county level, but for us, it's ESSER funds. It's that federal money in response to COVID. We're going to place as many positions as we can in that for this year while we have it, and hopefully be able to generate some level of stability in our fund balance and within our local budget. To give you some scale of economy, she told you fund balance of 1.7 million. That wouldn't even pay our county supplement for one year. It's not even enough to cover the county supplement. As a note for anybody who might be watching or listening, I did not just say we're not having a county supplement. We will have a county supplement. I'm simply saying at current, if you depended only on the fund balance, you wouldn't have enough. So.
Trevor, speaking of the fund balance, I know y'all have spent that down, and we need to correct that, of course, to get that fund balance built back up. So you will have some funds for a rainy day like we're having right now. But you said the state, I think, and Ms. Garland mentioned this, the state requirement. What does the state require on your fund balance? What level, percentage-wise?
It's not necessarily a percent, it's a formula that we figure once we've gotten to the end of the fiscal year, so it varies year to year. I think in the past it's probably been, don't quote me on this, but maybe around 200,000. just depending on where everything else falls for the year. So if we had 1.7 as of June 30th, 22, and we've appropriated 1.1, and that was based on 2.5 pay raises, not 4, as the state come out and later said. So we may have to appropriate more. We're hopeful we won't have to do that, but it's getting pretty slim.
But no doubt we need to, like I said, correct that and fix that. So I know that's something that your board and we'll be working on to get that back up to a level where it's definitely needed. And I guess also you mentioned the attrition. I think it's important to point out, I know you're going to have some attrition, natural attrition, but our concern or our worry, or your worry, is that it's in the correct places. I don't know if you want to speak to that. I know some of the folks may be retiring, for example, or moving on, but if it's not in the right spot, it's not going to help you that much.
That's a great point. So a lot of times we will, and I'm just going to put this in terms that general public not having to deal with this on a day-to-day would understand. But, if we see we need a cut in teachers, and one of those teachers happens to retire from 8th grade science, well, we can't really use that cut because we have to teach 8th grade science. It's a North Carolina integrate, it has North Carolina integrate exam. So that one's no good unless we had too many teachers. But you think about having a Math 1 teacher at the high schools. We must have a Math 1 teacher. It's a course requirement for us for graduation. So if we get retirement in those areas, we must replace them. But I wanted to double back to your comment about building fund balance. That is a goal, and so that's why we have moved all those positions into ESSER, so that ESSER can pay for those this year, and we hope to use the local money to put back into fund balance and build it up till we get to a healthy level.
I have a couple of questions. So what you mentioned about the teacher, for instance, the Math 1 in high school, can you take somebody else from a department or from a group of teachers where you're heavily loaded and get one of them certified to do that, to teach that class?
We certainly can, and we look to do that. However, we don't want to put a square peg in a round hole. Sure. If that's not their disposition and what they've drawn interest in and studied to be, we feel like that would be a disservice to our kids. So, but we do have some of that. It's a great point. Sometimes you'll have a science teacher who has a real high math propensity. And we say, would you mind going back and getting duly certified in both math and science so that you could help us out with the ebbs and flows of numbers and budget shortfalls so that we can move you around to different places. But so my answer back would be sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't for those reasons.
And my second question is, because we discussed this a lot about where our county is in comparison to other counties of similar size and demographic, how does your school system or our school system compare, particularly in reference to fund balance, to other counties of the same size? Is it a trend across the state that we're seeing this sort of, it's almost really a shortfall, or is it just specific to us because of where we are in the world?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is this is a national trend. COVID came in, kind of opened Pandora's box, if you will. Many kids learn, hey, I don't have to necessarily go to school. I can find an online option, or I can homeschool. And some just decided never to show back up. So I think that is one of the contributing factors, and that is not unique to Haywood County. That's a national epidemic, if you will. But I can tell you that other school districts are facing similar budget shortfalls due to declining enrollment. So that said, we still outperform all of those others. There's
I
only 6
understand.
more.
I just want to make sure going forward, yes, there's only 6 more, you're right. I just want to make sure going forward that financially, the foundation is very strong. That's, that's something we deal with all the time, and that's been very helpful to us with the floods and FEMA, having to deal with those emergency situations that we had a general fund, or emergency fund we could fall back on. So
Right.
I think that's my concern.
I'm going to do everything I
I
can.
know you are.
I came on the job in November.
I know.
I'll fix it.
It takes a minute, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can't do it overnight. And y'all are talking about your 7th out of 115 districts and test scores. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. We appreciate that. That's something to be proud of for our county. And we're proud of you. We're all proud of you.
That's no credit to me. I'm the least of which. But we have amazing teachers, teacher assistants, child nutrition workers, custodians. Hats off to them. Couldn't do it without them.
Everybody does a real good job. Just
Yes,
want to
they
make sure
do.
we can continue to do that going forward.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I know, Trevor, in past years, we've had these budget sessions and workshops, and I know you remember the topic came up about the Haywood Elementary and the old school, the old Waynesville Elementary down here. And with all the development going on at Plot Creek, and I'm kind of probably getting into school board business, but as far as budgeting goes, you made the decision to mothball that building in case of future need. And with all the apartments, all the housing that's going on here on this end of the county, have you had enough time to see what kind of an impact that's going to have on the enrollment? I know the one topic was the Plot Creek complex. Are people moving in with children, or are they having children, or is it too early to tell what kind of an impact that's having on your numbers?
Yeah, without a thorough analysis, it's hard to know. What I can tell you is just standing here speaking off the cuff, I know of about 8 or 10 kids that have enrolled at Hazelwood that walk to school, but there might be more than that are brought in by car or ride a bus. But I know of about 8 or 10 who literally walk over from there. There may be more there. What I can tell you is the impact has not been significant at this point. So
there's going to be a whole lot more houses come on the market here soon. I'm just wondering if you could use that as a litmus test to see what might be coming, not be coming.
Right.
Trevor, do you know if you got a lot of teachers that might be interested, like the dual degree, to sort of be prepared ahead a little bit, or are any of them showing much interest in, like, teaching 2 different classes, like math and science, as you were talking about?
Principals manage that at the school level, so that would not typically be a conversation I'm engaged in. But I know it's a conversation that I've had multiple times with principals through the years. So I'm sure they're looking at their allotment. We actually give them an allotment of teachers, and they're, moving those chess pieces around, trying to figure out exactly where all those need to fall currently. So I'm sure that conversation's being had.
What are the hardest teachers to recruit? Math and science? Is that?
Math and science.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So when you get those, you don't really want to lose them.
Well, math and science teachers, because of their skill and their knowledge, are wanted in other areas that pay a whole lot more than the teaching profession. And so they end up in the research triangle, or they end up in an engineering firm, making a ton more money. So those are really difficult to find. And now you can add EC teachers to the list, our exceptional children teachers. Those are becoming increasingly difficult to find as well.
And they have to be certified in each one of those fields to teach.
Yes, sir.
Anybody? Okay. All right, well, thank y'all for coming out today.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
Okay, our next item.
So we'll turn it over to Mr. Haynes for the capital
you
budget now.
Oh, okay. Sorry there, Mr. Haynes, I didn't mean to cut you out.
That's quite all right. Commissioners, thank you so much for having us this morning. We appreciate your support. The proposed capital budget is created through requests and needs submitted to us from our principals for their school sites, as well as recommendations and needs that our maintenance staff have noticed as they've traveled around from school site to school site of things we need to work on. This year we are asking that $1,250,000, as Dr. Putnam mentioned, as opposed to the $900,000 that we previously have asked for, and that's due to that student device replacement shifting from the current local expense into our capital budget. But that still leaves us a healthy balance in our state sales tax allotment, which is what generates our capital budget. So I'll just kind of walk you all through it and explain a little bit along the way. So first, Bethel Elementary, just a concrete pad there to go under some of the picnic tables. The principal has asked for that, and it'll just cut down on dirt and mud being tracked in and out of the building, things like that. That's $2,500. For Bethel Middle, flooring to finish installing tile flooring in the cafeteria. That's $14,000, and that'll finish that project. At Canton Middle, propane heat, and that's replacing the steam heat. Currently, the little gym and the auditorium are connected on the same heating system, and when you turn the heat up in one, it'll about run you out on the other side. So this'll set that right and fix that and make that more reliable. So that's $20,000. For Clyde Elementary, it's boiler upgrades, and that's replacing the natural gas boiler burner controller and both boiler pumps. That's just with new ones, still natural gas, for $25,500. Maintenance, just additional barred units, so if those go out in a certain room at a school building, it's nice to have additional ones on hand, so that'll allow us to purchase additional units of that. $20,000 there will allow us to purchase 3 additional units to have on hand. At Meadowbrook Elementary, that's just upgrading our energy management there and updating that equipment and software. We've got a couple different schools, but that is the oldest one as far as that goes, and that'll just allow us to better manage the schedules and the system for the HVAC unit there and monitor it from remotely. And that's $30,000. Riverbend Elementary, just replacing the carpet in the library there. It's old and worn and needs to be replaced. That's $17,000. At Waynesville Middle School, replacing the windows in the cafeteria, dining room area. Those are original to the building, and there's quite a draft that can come through them at times. So that is $75,000.
When was that building built?
1953 is what I've got.
That's pretty good life for the window, yeah. Okay.
C.E. Weatherby Stadium, there's a water line that runs, if you're familiar with the property where the old gym is there at Waynesville Middle, that's a building, and then that lot that they park in for football. The water line runs from the street through that lot and then under what was the old concession stand for the fair that came out there, and under the pavement to the concession stand there for C.E. Weatherby, and it's broken 3 or 4 times in the last couple of years, and we patch it, and then it breaks further down the line. So we'll be replacing that entirely and running it in a different way so it doesn't go under any pavement. It's easier to repair in the future. That's $16,000. At Pisgah and Tuscola High School, we'll be continuing our paving projects. Tuscola, that will be the bus parking lot and around B building. So to think about if you're coming up the back entrance there, from there all the way around the field house and all the way back around to B building, that'll all get repaved. And then at Pisgah, it's J lot and D lot, which are kind of the 2 sides. So near the tennis courts, that'll get repaved, and then near that side entrance that they have too, and just fixing that and making that better. And then we hope to be able to continue that next year and do even more, but that's $660,000 for those 2. Also at Pisgah and Tuscola, replacing the gym lights in the auxiliary gym, and that's just upgrading those to LED lighting for energy efficiency. We've been doing that at all of our sites, and that's the next one to get done for $20,000. And then countywide, as we mentioned, the device replacement for the student devices. And most of those devices are on a 5-year cycle. And, you know, when it's time for them to go out, they're not providing updates anymore. They're a vulnerability to our network. And so they have to cycle out and we buy new ones. And that would be $350,000 there for a total of $1,250,000.
Any questions on that?
How many devices do you have total?
Between students and teachers, I would say we have well over 7,000 devices on the network. But there you go, 10,000. But student-wise, we are one-to-one, so every student, generally speaking, has a device that is theirs.
I guess that was what I was leading to, if every student had a device.
Yes, sir.
Also, on the heating and cooling, does all of our schools, elementary and all, have AC and heat?
Yes, other than a few buildings here and there, such as gymnasiums. Waynesville Middles and Canton Middles currently does not have air conditioning. Waynesville Middles, we're working through ESSER money currently to do that. In Canton, depending on the situation with that building, we're hopeful to be able to do that too.
Any other questions? Oh, well, did you have something?
Yes,
you got
Allison
one?
Francis,
Okay.
our child nutrition.
Right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
sir.
I'm getting this down now. It's coming back from memory.
It's all right, I'll be
Yeah.
quick, I promise.
No, that's okay. You're the most important. If they don't get food, they won't be in a good mood. Yeah,
They'll be hangry, for sure.
Yeah, that's right.
The 23-24 school nutrition budget is $5,314,920. The child nutrition program operates independently of other programs. Revenues include cash from meals and supplemental sales items sold, USDA cash reimbursements, and USDA donated commodities. The proposed budget includes $150,000 of appropriated fund balance. 55% of our budget goes to labor and benefits, 39% goes to food and supplies, and 6% goes to overhead costs. I have some wonderful news to share. All schools will be participating in the Community Eligibility Program for the 23-24 school year. The Community Eligibility Program provides breakfast and lunch to all students at no cost to our families. Student participation is critical to the success of this program. During COVID, we were fortunate enough to be able to feed all of the students for free, and that ended when this school year started. We have had 7 schools that have been participating in CEP. We saw a large increase in our free and reduced numbers when we pulled our data this April 1st to determine what schools would qualify for next year. And based on that information, we will be able to provide that for every school in Haywood County next year. So we are very excited to be able to offer that. Okay. Is there any questions I can answer for anybody?
Any new items on the menu?
Well, we tried some catfish strips and they were not taken very well. But no, we try to provide a really large variety of items to try to get the participation up in schools, and especially in our middle and high schools. We have some great things like full muscle chicken sandwiches, chicken tenders, pizza. They love chicken. They would eat chicken and french fries every day if we let them, but chicken is definitely a favorite.
Okay, great.
What is the
pizza,
average
yes.
cost of breakfast and lunch?
This year, breakfast is $2 and lunch is $3.50 for elementary and $3.75 for middle and high school. We had almost a $1 increase last year when school started, and we've seen a decrease in participation, obviously, because of that. It can get very expensive for the parents, and we hope that providing it at no cost, we'll see an increase in our participation next year.
That's a huge savings. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add one thing. I would encourage all of our students, you know, reapplying for this community eligibility program, it relies on participation. So even if your child doesn't like maybe the entree, they can go in and pick up, I'm going to mess this up, Allison, they can pick up a milk and two sides.
Yes, they just have 3 items on their tray to be considered a reimbursable meal. One of those has to be a fruit or vegetable. So if you have a picky kid like I was in elementary school and would only eat peanut butter and jelly, which we do offer peanut butter and jelly every day for those picky kids.
Okay.
If they bring a sandwich from home and want to pick up a milk, a fruit, and a vegetable, they can supplement their lunch from home as well.
If you don't use it, you lose it. That's the message. So please help us use it. We want to use it.
Okay, great. Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Our next item is number 3, is the Haywood Community College fiscal year 23-24 budget presentation. We have our Haywood Community College president, Dr. Shelley White. I was in the strategic planning meeting we had last Thursday with the community college, and I told them that they are the glimmer of hope that we have in our county with this closing, and we appreciate all the work that you've done, Dr. White, and that the community college has done to really help our workers, retrain or get whatever they need to be able to get the best jobs possible. So we thank you for that.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to come present our budget request to you today. I'd like to also appreciate the support from our Board of Trustees members who are here in the audience today, Lee Davis, Paul Turner, Rhonda Shandoval. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to introduce members of my team who are here in case you have some tough questions that I can't provide the answers to. We have Karen Denny's with us. She's our Vice President for Business Operations and our Chief Financial Officer. And Brett Lanning, who is our Director of Campus Development, who oversees nearly all of the county-funded areas of the college from our grounds to our security and safety. All right, well, we'll get started here. Just a little bit of a recap. Continued thanks for your support for the grand opening of our Health Sciences Education Building, which opened to our students in January of this year, supporting our associate degree nursing program, as well as our science programs, biology, anatomy, physiology. This has been a game changer for our health sciences programs. We've seen a 50% increase in our nursing applications for the coming year, and we expect to have a very large cohort to start in the fall. The advanced simulation equipment, if you haven't had a chance to tour, we encourage you to come over. Just give me a call and we'll set up a tour for you. It's incredible. So through the support of the county, the Haywood Healthcare Foundation, through the state, through the NC Connect bond, and private donors and grants that we've received, we have some state-of-the-art equipment within that facility that our students here in Haywood County will be able to benefit from. We've also been increasing the tours and kind of opening the doors for our middle and high school students so that they can see these incredible pieces of technology and spark that interest in healthcare education early in their career. So we've also been partnering with the hospital, with Haywood Regional, on some partnerships to help bring a pipeline of new students to this program, because we know how important it is to have a well-trained healthcare workforce in our community. The other thing I wanted to mention before I get started into the budget items is the progress that we're making on the advancements to the Workforce and Industry Training Center. You know, this is our high-tech center. We have been expanding at that location over the past year or so. Our training programs, we've received some significant grants, one through the Department of Labor and one through the Golden Leaf Foundation, to bring new training, new short-term training to our area. We launched this year a new carpentry construction program. This spring, we've launched a plumbing program and an HVAC program there at the High Tech Center. So continued work in that area this year through the Golden Leaf Foundation grant that we received, which will transform the exterior locations at the High Tech Center to be able to accommodate CDL truck driver training and electrical line worker training. So we've been working with HEMC and others on bringing that training here. We would be the only program to offer that west of Caldwell County and Cleveland County. So you think about anyone who's working in, the energy sector, power company, cable company, will be able to train those folks right here in Haywood County. And appreciate your recognition about our work with the mill closure response. I mean, we certainly are called to do that, part of our mission. We are glad to be a part of that effort. We are Haywood's College, and we are proud to be Haywood's College.
Good. I really appreciate your trades job training that you're starting to do a lot more of, and I think that's so needed, and those are very high-paying jobs.
Thank you so much. And I can tell you just anecdotally from folks that we've talked to with the mill closure, these are the programs they're very interested in. We were participating in the rapid response a couple of weeks ago for about 120 of the mill workers who are going to be losing their jobs. And many of them talked about interest in getting a CDL license or adding to their machining certifications, picking up an HVAC certification, just rounding out the skill set to help them be more employable as they go on. So particularly these programs have been an interest to that crowd.
Great.
Not only that, but it's needed. If you don't believe me, try to get an electrician or a plumber or a carpenter or even the importance of a CDL, getting stuff delivered on a timely basis, it's very much needed. So we appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. And thank you. I believe it was at your last meeting you approved the $500,000 in the ARPA funds for the community college, and those funds will be used specifically for this project to help us with that external training center there. So we'll be putting those into action very soon. We're about to go out to bid for that project this summer.
I know your trustees are here, and I appreciate their wisdom and efforts in this also.
Yes, they've been very supportive in this direction as well.
Dr. White, I have personally witnessed several people that have said that they were very interested in these trade skills from being down there myself, and I appreciate the support. And on the electrical line worker,
yes,
that, as Commissioner Rogers stated, it's a much needed sector in our workforce that needs to be bolstered. I know Duke Energy has plans to upgrade their power grid, and I think as we move forward, you're going to see more strain and more stress on our power grid. And these electrical line workers are going to become more and more important as they move toward their 2050 plan. They have some composite nuclear plants that they're going to ask for permitting for. First time in 30-some years that they've asked for permits from the NRC, and they are intrinsically safe. They're going to be a regional, small-scale type of a facility that's going to be make the power grid more redundant. So they won't have to maybe do rolling blackouts over a large scale of their service providing network. So I know the electrical line worker, all of these skills that you have mentioned here, they're critical for society to function. And with the Health Sciences Division, the building that you mentioned previously, there is such a shortage in medical field workers. Folks are moving into the time of life where they're needing 24-hour care, assisted living, so on and so forth. And the workers are going to be needed as the baby boomers become more dependent on health care. And so I think your Board of Trustees that Commissioner Inslee just shared that are here today, I think you have a good grasp on what's needed, and I do say thank you as well.
Yeah, thank
One
you.
other thing before we move on too, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
I just want people to understand as well the technology that we do have in that new nursing facility. It's mind-boggling when you look at it. I mean, for example, you've got a simulation of a mother that gives birth.
Yes.
And that was amazing to me. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that or not, but
Certainly.
I just want folks to know and understand that we have an awesome school here in our county. Probably one of the most beautiful schools, I feel like. Probably a little prejudiced, but just go up on the campus and look around and you'll see what I'm talking about. But the technology that we have, the teachers that we have, we've got a great staff, a great board of trustees, And just the technology there is mind-boggling.
Thank you. And I'll share a little bit more about the simulation technology. So we have several high-fidelity mannequins, which mean that they are state-of-the-art in terms of their connectivity, their controllability. Our faculty can be in the remote observation area and set the simulation so that the mannequin experiences maybe a change in their heart rate, or even simulates the symptoms of a heart attack, and a student can diagnose that, can begin to respond to that and how they need to, and then the faculty member can change the scenario midstream so that the mannequin can improve or not, and see what the students can encounter in that. And it gives the students an opportunity to be engaged in situations that they may not have a chance to see in their clinical rotation. So it may be a rare situation or something maybe that they're not quite at the training level to be able to respond to, but they can see that in the simulation environment and become more confident, so that when they do see that in a real-world environment upon being employed, it's not new, it's not foreign territory for them. They're able to respond appropriately. Through our grants and other support, we've been able to add elderly mannequins that have skin texture and responses that are for older adults. We've been able to add pediatric mannequins. We are just received a approval for a Golden Leaf grant that will allow us to add bariatric, so the larger plus size mannequins, simulating someone who's 300 plus pounds. So we'll be able to have those mannequins, as well as the one that you mentioned where the mother is able to deliver the baby. There's different attachments, different stages of pregnancy to all the way to the delivery mannequin as well. So it's very exciting technology to have right here at Haywood Community College. All right, well, I'm going to move on to our, this is our capital quarter-cent sales tax request summary. So this is just a snapshot. Before I jump in, I just want to thank you for your continued support for our capital needs through this quarter-cent sales tax. This has definitely been a game changer for the college over the past years since it was passed. Not every college benefits from this support from their county, so we certainly recognize the importance of having these funds available to us. So I'm going to just click on for the detail slide. We're asking for some funds to kind of supplement the maintenance and grounds equipment on campus. Over time we have some vehicles that we need to cycle out, as well as some attachments for our snow removal and spreaders and things like that. That's the bin track attachments. Our IT staff equipment as well, those individuals are all over campus updating and upgrading things, and utility vehicles that we need to update for that. And then the main piece of this funding for this coming year, we're anticipating the need to do some smaller campus development projects across campus, and this is a variety of things, including covered transit shelters that we have determined the need for across campus. So this is when individuals are waiting, for example, for the public transit or for a ride, they'll need covered shelter, and we don't have a space like that particularly in important kind of high-trafficked areas on campus. A storage building from our machining program metals, that is on our high-tech center campus to help support our machining program. The demolition of the old lumberjack shed and construction of a new storage shed for our natural resources equipment. This is on the back side of campus where we have some storage and things that's a little bit out of sight, but is certainly important for those natural resources programs. Our main campus monument signage replacement. So if you're coming towards the college, either direction on the bypass there, we had one of our main campus signs about a year ago was vandalized, and we had to remove that sign, and we have actually a temporary sign that's up there now. It's a banner. You can't really tell it's a banner, but it is currently. And we'd like to replace that campus signage in both directions to give more of awareness of the campus location, but also to update that signage to our current logo. We're requesting funds to replace the auditorium stage flooring as we've gotten back into events post-COVID. We need to update the flooring. on the auditorium stage. And then last but certainly not least are repairs to the mill house and roof replacement. The mill house was built in 1983 by students and has been maintained throughout the years, and it certainly is one of our most iconic features on campus and needs a little bit of repair work on the roof. Any questions about our capital request before I move on to operational? Okay, so this is a summary sheet of our operating budget. I should have mentioned before I got started, our county funds typically, it covers our capital needs, and then our operating needs for facilities, for maintenance, for grounds, and for safety and security on our campus. So those are the primary things that the county budget supports the college to do. So this is just a snapshot, and we'll walk through each one. The request over the prior year is approximately $317,985, which does it represents about a 9.9% increase over last year, and we'll walk through some of the things that are driving that increase. The first item, and this is our salary and fringe item, you see an addition of investment of $52,000. This is in line, similar to what you heard from the county schools, in line with increasing our county-funded positions to align with any state-funded increase that our employees will see. We keep those increases in line for fairness across the faculty and staff, and we would look forward to giving those should they be awarded by the state. And then increased security coverage. We have added that dual coverage on our campus during our open hours so that we have 2 campus security officers on site at any given time, particularly in those evening hours. That's where we've added campus safety. So that, particularly if someone needs to leave campus to go check on something at the high-tech center or at our West Waynesville location, the main campus still has someone on site that's there to help respond. So that enhanced security coverage is something that we've increased over the past year. The next item, and this is probably our largest area of increase that we're seeing in this budget request, additional investment of $143,000, primarily in our service agreements, the maintenance, ground safety, just with so many things, we're seeing inflation right now, and as those contracts are coming in for the coming year, we're seeing increased service agreement cost, in addition to the new health sciences education building. So those additional agreements, things like, your agreement for, service of, I was going to say elevator, but that building doesn't have an elevator. That's the one that came to my mind right offhand. And then increased supply costs and function costs just overall. The next item are our contracted services, and this is an additional investment of $40,000. Our custodial contracts, the addition of the new health sciences building, that addition was about $26,000, as well as just an annual increase overall for those contracts. This also includes the contracted service that we have with the Haywood County Sheriff's Office to provide the armed resource officer on campus. That officer is located there, also supports the Haywood Early College. The next item is additions in our utilities cost, and we were just talking about utilities with Duke Energy. We received notice from Duke Energy to expect an increased cost of 17% in the coming year. That's just one of the areas that we're seeing increase: natural gas, water, and also the addition of the new health sciences building and bringing on the more utilization for the second building at the high-tech center. The next item is insurance, which is a smaller increase, but about $5,600 for the addition of the new health sciences education building to our insurance cost. And then back to the summary sheet, again, just across the different areas for our operations of campus. This total budget of close to $3.5 million, that represents about a third of our overall operating budget for the college. Our primary funding is from state funding and support through the General Assembly. We certainly appreciate the support and support of Representative Pless, who's here with us today. We know that we couldn't keep the doors open without support from the county, so we certainly, again, continue to appreciate the partnership and support. The last thing I'll just say, in considering these additional investments in education, it helps us to have the capacity to respond in times like these unexpected times that we're in with the mill closure. Continuing to be able to provide a strong workforce for our county and our region, and also, like was mentioned earlier, offering hope for the future. We've seen lives change, we've seen folks lifted out of poverty, we've seen generational change in having access to education, and we certainly want to continue to provide that. So thank you for your support, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Dr. White, you know, during our strategic planning, I had asked what your most popular programs were, and you said the early college. And I think that was one of the more popular ones, and that has really grown, and I guess it continues to grow. And you might just explain that a little bit, if you would, because a lot of people watch this, and,
Sure.
and what it means to parents to be able, the savings that they have.
Yes. So Haywood Early College is a high school, Haywood County High School located on our campus. They can take approximately 200 students, and they are maxed at their enrollment at this current time. Students can take college classes during their years at Haywood Early College. They can also take dual enrollment classes through a program called CCP that we have partnerships out in the area high schools as well, and other programs where students come to our campus. So between the Haywood Early College and the CCP dual enrollment, that represents about a third of our college enrollment now. And it's a wonderful program. Students are able to take those classes at no charge to them, no charge to their parents, and earn those college credits while they're still in high school. Haywood Early College has a very high success rate in terms of graduating with their high school diploma and their associate's degree in that 4-year time frame. And then we also have a few students each year who will earn their associate's degree through the dual enrollment Career and College Promise program.
And then what's CCP?
Career and College Promise,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Dr. White?
Just a special thank you, Dr. White, again, for the ray of hope that you guys have been, you know, especially during the mill closing, giving a lot of people a hope, and like David mentioned earlier, that you used the second phone call, I think. So on scene right off the bat and been very, very good at helping. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We're glad to do it. As David mentioned, we do have the job fair that Evergreen is sponsoring at the High Tech Center on Thursday and Friday of this week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That'll be a big event, and we're looking forward to helping out with that. Another big event on our campus coming up is on Friday, June 2nd. We will be having a ribbon cutting for our expanded trail system. So we are excited to expand our 1-mile hiking trail to 3.5 miles of hiking trail throughout the forested areas of our campus. So that will be, the name of that trail, which is highly anticipated, will be announced next week to our employees, and we'll be looking forward to sharing that with the public. So please mark your calendars. We'd love to have you join. And, you know, you mentioned about our campus being beautiful to visit, and it certainly is. I have colleagues and others who come on campus and say it is the most beautiful community college campus, and I'll embrace that, because I certainly believe that's true. But there are so many things for our community to do to appreciate, not only, you know, coming to the mill pond, maybe fishing. There's disc golf on our campus, which is very popular with the community. And then now with the expanded trail system, we're looking forward to not only hosting hikers and others that are interested, but also cross-country track meets and things like that, so to continue to bring folks to campus.
Thank you again for your presentation. I have 2 children who graduated from HCC. I actually took some classes through the North Carolina Department of Labor through a apprenticeship program back in the 80s at HCC, and HCC is just a huge asset to our county, our region. And I've got an uncle that actually taught business courses for HCC before HCC had a campus. He actually still has the old ledger book, his enrollment, his students, and he's got a little. He's very proud of that. He taught them at Bethel, the old Bethel High School before it was demolished back in 1972. So
That's a historical document for the college.
yes, he
Yes,
has it.
yeah.
He has it in his possession. I'd be glad to get you a copy of it, or he'd probably donate it to you if you would like. But before there was a campus, you know, HCC started
Yes.
out in some auxiliary sites around the
Right.
county. I don't know if you know that history
I do.
or not. But,
Yes, and we're already starting, it's a couple of years away, but in 2025, we'll be celebrating the 60th anniversary of the college.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking forward to pulling out some of those memories and,
Yeah.
and celebrating with our county for 60 years of educational access.
That's some intangibles that you get from being a lifelong county resident. You know, you have some history, and
Yes.
that's very neat
It
to
is.
be able to participate in that. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
I appreciate the partnership that you're just a cornerstone of the community the college is, and it just, we see that time and time again when opportunities like what you're doing with the folks that leaving the mill, and I just appreciate your friendship, and it's, I appreciate what the school does.
Thank
Really
you.
do.
All right.
I want to thank you too for jumping in so fast and helping all these people. I'm sure they all really appreciate it too. They appreciate it a lot more than you would know. And what time did you say that ribbon cutting was?
The ribbon cutting on June 2nd will be from 10 to 12.
10 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You gonna have food?
We will. We're gonna, if it's not too corny, we are going to have some trail mix.
There you go, Terry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Okay. We've been here a couple hours. I'm just going to have a brief recess, and then we'll start right back up here. We'll do 5 minutes. So everybody be quick. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll resume our meeting this morning. I wanted to recognize a county manager from Madison County is here this morning, Rod Honeycutt. And Rod, did you want to say anything up at the podium? Okay, he does. Okay, he's here with the next item here, and I just wanted to point out that he's visiting this morning. Okay, our next item would be the Western North Carolina DWI Task Force presentation. We have members of the WNC Regional DWI Task Force here this morning, of which Rod is one. So, and then this is Ellen Pitt, so welcome, and Brandon Gilmore.
Here's this. I'll stand behind. So, my name's Ellen Pitt, and I represent, in addition to Mothers Against Drunk Driving for 20 years, the Western North Carolina Regional DWI Task Force for 18 years. So, and we have members of our team here, just a few of them. Colonel Honeycutt's here. He's a member of our team. Brandon, Sheriff Wilkie was a member of our team way back years before he was ever the sheriff. So, and our team is very broad. It includes a lot of counties and a lot of agencies and organizations. So, in April 2022, in response to an escalating number of individuals being charged with driving while impaired, while they already had one or more charges pending, we at the Western North Carolina Regional DWI Task Force took the unusual step of requesting funding for pretrial continuous alcohol monitoring, which we refer to as CAM bracelets. Some of those offenders were youthful, and if you don't know the sentencing and the consequences of driving while impaired, if they start stacking up 1, 2, 3, 4 charges, they're going to prison. It's their whole life is in a mess if they don't wreck and kill somebody. That funding that we requested was granted in a much lesser amount and for a very temporary period. The future of that funding is uncertain, and the pilot project ends in just 5 months. We have no idea whether this life-saving, life-changing endeavor will be fully funded, partially funded, or not funded at all. So, should you decide to help us fund this pretrial intervention, we may come back to you when they tell us what they're going to do or not do. We would ask you to do a budget amendment for a very small amount of money that you get a big bang for your buck. If you decide to help us with this pretrial intervention, our team will make you this promise. No funds will be used for creating jobs or salaries. There will be no expensive brochures or signage. Any messaging that's done will be done in no uncertain terms by the courts. So with all that said, we'll go to when the law passed. In 2012, House Bill 494 passed, and it already had a history starting in Western North Carolina. Ray Rapp, who was in the House of Representatives at that time, was one of the sponsors of this bill. Even then, they knew that this technology was life-saving and life-changing, but it was a process. So probably the first order for a pretrial cam bracelet, or one of the first ones, was ordered by a Haywood County District Court judge, and it was in a horrific wreck by a driver that had been charged 5 times previously. So the judge ordered a pretrial cam bracelet. Probably that may have been one of the very first times in the whole state. That was Haywood County. So that's a copy of the original order straight out of the file from next door. And that's kind of a historical document. But to help you see that we accomplished this in Haywood County when people had not even woken up to the idea of this technology. In 2015, a motion for a pretrial cam bracelet was made in Haywood County in the case of a Christmas Eve morning DWI offender who seriously injured 2 people. The court reluctantly denied the motion when the defense claimed indigence. Not having the money was always the reason that we were given why this technology could not be used. So, January 6, 2016, at a meeting of the Western North Carolina Regional DWI Task Force in Haywood County, it became abundantly clear to us that most magistrates, judges, and just last week I had somebody tell me a magistrate in another county had never heard of a cam bracelet. Most of those people and Child Protective Services workers had no knowledge that that bill had even passed, that it had been in the law for 4 years, that they were just completely unaware of the technology, not realizing it can also be used as a condition of custody or visitation when a child's been impacted by alcohol. May 2017, a motion for a pretrial cam was made to the court and granted in Haywood County by the Honorable Judge Roy Widgewick-Arama in the death of a young mother. That defendant wore the cam bracelet for 6 months pre-trial and never violated it. So 2019, we received formal training. We all knew about it, and people passing back and forth through our task force would know some things about it. So we had formal training from the cam bracelet provider about the device, the law, the whole thing. Right after that, a motion was made in Buncombe County for a pretrial cam for a repeat DWI offender who had caused a serious wreck with a really high BAC. It was his second offense. And that motion was denied by the judge, even with the victim pleading for it in the courtroom. So some things we don't even understand. There's no explanation. So at some point when they were starting the sobriety court in Buncombe County, the DWI treatment court, continuous alcohol monitoring became mandatory in that fledgling court. They wear it 120 days. There's no option. You wear it or you're not in there. And they've had a lot of success with that. So during that time, it became a higher priority objective of the Western North Carolina Regional DWI Task Force, because by then we could see the impact that it has on the life of the offender. So May 25, 2021, CAM training was conducted again at the Haywood County Sheriff's Office. We did have some community participation, various organizations. We had a magistrate in there who seemed to light the fire that started spreading in our county. April 22, 2022. That's when we started seeing a lot of youthful offenders racking up DWI charges, getting one while they had one pending. A youthful offender got one with another child, what would be considered a child in the eyes of the law, in the car, which made them an aggravated level 1 offender. You're talking about serious jail time. So the idea of funding a 2-year 7-county study of pretrial cam bracelets and their impact on repeat and youthful offenders was presented. I presented it to the director of the Governor's Highway Safety Program. That same day, our district attorney, Ashley Welch, wrote a letter down there saying that she wanted to do the project. We knew that we wanted it in the entire district. All 7 counties were a district. So there's a copy of her letter to the director asking for pretrial cam bracelet funding. That's the original letter that I sent to them and some of the reasons why. So they asked me for a formal cost analysis, just like you would do. And that was provided by an experienced and reputable provider with a long history of service to Western North Carolina. There are several providers in the state, but they don't all come out to the Wild West, as you all know from bitter experience. Some people don't want to come past Charlotte or Asheville for anything. So we had several meetings with several members of our team. We had to go over to Candler and meet with these people. And the gist of it was they just wanted to do Haywood and Jackson County. And we said, no, we're not doing that. So then they decided they might include Swain. And we said, no, we're not doing that either. We're 7 or we're nothing. So they finally made a decision that they would put this cam bracelet project, which is a court process, in with the Booze It and Lose It revitalization campaign, which y'all were part of that kickoff back in January. And even then, they were trying to leave out Macon, Clay, and Cherokee counties. They decided they were going to do 4 counties instead of 7. So we still said no. We finally, April 26th, I guess we sent a formal request with a list of tentative eligibility requirements. And those requirements were not decided by us because they left out youthful offenders. That is kind of the battle that we had. This document came from when they were talking about blending it in with the Booze It and Lose It revamp. And as you see, they said, well, we'll test Jackson and Haywood and potentially Graham and Swain. And we still said no. We're either doing the whole district or we're not doing anything. We had to be pretty strong on that. So we decided we'd go to a county commission and ask them if they'd be the fiduciary agent for all 7 counties. If we're able to get the grant money for all 7 counties, would someone administer the grant? Because that's what they told us, we had to have somebody to administer the grant. So the county commissioners in Swain voted 4-1 that they'd do that. They'd take that visionary step. They would be the fiduciary agent for the billing process and all that for all 7 counties. And I think that they should be saluted for that. So finally, after they saw that we're not going to do it if we don't have all 7 counties, and we're going to find a way to do it one way or the other, the Governor's Highway Safety Program decided they'd do it. However, instead of 2 years, they gave us 1 year, and instead of the initial amount of money we asked for 120 days for each person on a cam bracelet, they gave us $60,000 for all 7 counties. It comes out to about $8,500 per county. And so the grant was to be administered by the Administrative Office of the Courts and would include all 7 counties. However, on the eligibility requirements, the people that originated the whole, or that we were most worried about, the youthful offenders, were no longer included in that list of criteria. Sometimes they fall into it anyway, but they were not a top priority like I thought they should be. So December 6th, officers, assistant DAs, and magistrate training was offered in Swain County, and the temporary funding for the pretrial camps was inserted into the Booze It and Lose It education activities. So December 15th, there was some problem with the contract being hung up. Government things get hung up somehow. And so we couldn't get the pilot project started before the very dangerous holiday season, which was what we wanted to do. So we made a little bit of noise, and the contract between the provider and the AOC was signed. So December 15th through December 30th, that's those 2 weeks, not even including New Year's Eve, all 7 counties in the 43rd District and in the neighboring 40th and 42nd Districts experienced extraordinary numbers of DWI arrests, and those drivers had extraordinarily high blood alcohol contents. It was a nightmare season for drunk drivers. Significantly, for some reason in the government bureaucracy of things, no cam bracelets got assigned to any of those people, although just here in Haywood County, 16 people would have been eligible. So January 11th, 2023, finally, the money started October 1st, I think, And finally, in January, the first pretrial grant-funded cam bracelet goes on in Haywood County. Another historic moment. January 18th, they had the media event here. Some of y'all, I know Jennifer was here. And they announced that they're going to re-kick off or redo the Booze It and Lose It project, and they're going to include the cam bracelets in it. So on March 23rd, 20 defendants were in the life-saving, life-changing pretrial cam bracelet project, and the success rate was 100%. There's not many projects of any kind that you can say have a 100% success rate. April 11th, there were 24 people on cam bracelets and 0 violations.
Is that across all 7 counties?
Mm-hmm.
Western counties?
Mm-hmm. So, of those 24 people in this district that were on cam bracelets as of that date, all of them were sober. They wear them 90 days. All sober, all working, taking care of their families. They're not in jail. Their sentences when they go to court, if they wear the pretrial cam bracelet, are modified and mitigated because they complied with all the pretrial conditions of release. So one day, cams save lives and they save money. One day in the Haywood County Jail is about $90 a day. And if I'm not mistaken, Sheriff Wilkie can tell you, I don't think that includes if they fall and break their arm or if they have to have medicine for diabetes or heart medicine or anything. I think that's just the bottom of the line. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my pet peeve too, by the way.
Yeah. So that's expensive.
Yep.
30 days in jail, the bottom number would be $2,700. One day wearing the cam bracelet's $12 a day. Cam for 30 days is $360. And you're guaranteed to be sober individual who's out working, taking care of their family. Employers, I've asked a lot of employers, they like the idea of if their employee got a DWI and they come back to work with a cam bracelet on their leg, they don't want to fire them because they're like, hey, they're going to be sober. And if they ain't sober, I'll know it. So the savings to the Haywood County taxpayer for each defendant that's assigned to cam instead of going to jail and staying there pre-trial is $2,340 a month. I think that's pretty significant. So Haywood County, I guess because I'm here and I scream and howl all the time, has been the leader in this project. Some of that's because the people that are on our task force come back and spread the word. They educate people. Our officers and our magistrates have those conversations about it. One educates the other. They're very willing, most of them, to talk with the officer about who's a high-risk candidate. They knew that the officers had been trained to death about it, so they listened to them when they talked. So Haywood County on April 19th had 17 people on cam bracelets. So that's 17 people for 90 days. That's 1,530 days of sobriety. That's worth a lot of money in my book. So it costs you about $11.11 a day to keep 17 people sober for 1,530 days. Plus, they can be working. Plus, they can be taking care of their children. So I can't say enough about our team and what we do. We've been doing this for 18 years. We got a crime lab. We yell for officer training. We got the DRE training brought to Buncombe County some years back. There's a lot of things that get accomplished, and we can accomplish this, but we need you to be thinking ahead. So we want you to be sure and understand that there's nothing punitive about a cam bracelet. It's not a punishment. It's for the safety of the public, and it's for the safety of that defendant. And I have, as you know, reviewed the Sobriety Court in Nashville since 2014. They just became an academy court. They've been so successful. In that court, they wear them 120 days, just to be sure they're over the line. And you see an absolute, complete about face in that individual. Sometimes they beg the judge not to take them off. And she, for financial reasons, she can't leave them on forever. But the other thing is, they have to stand on their own. But by the time they have done 90 days on a cam bracelet, all their drinking buddies have fell by the wayside because they're no fun anymore because they're not drunk. They're starting to be really sober and make sober decisions. It's life-changing. And you can't afford not to do it. So I'd just like to salute all of the people from our team that are here and all of the people throughout the region that are on our team, because we work hard, we zero in on things, nobody gets paid, and we try to get the job done. So we're asking you to think about all this and to be real educated about cam bracelets and that technology and about the money that it will save you, because what will happen is the court order will come from the magistrate or a judge to the provider. They're all used to doing this now. Goes to the provider. He will send to your county manager or finance people an invoice saying, this person, here's their criminal file number, yada, yada, is on a cam bracelet for the next 90 days. They bill by the month. It's just like paying your water bill. And so he would send that to your county manager. The county manager would pay once a month, or I think they do it right now through this project. It's a monthly billing. So you would probably, considering that we have 17 people on it right now, I would say, and we've been in operation for just a few months, I would say that for a year, you might be looking at $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. But I tell you, that would be money well spent. And you also can keep an internal record of how successful that is. Up to date, I just got the information while we were listening to the community college thing. There, as of right this minute, there have been no violations. Of all the people in all the different counties in our district that are on a cam bracelet, not a single person has had a drinking episode, not one. Some of them have worn them the full 90 days already and had them removed. There's 2 or 3 of them. The rest of them that are on them. And like I said, when they go back to court, I'll give you a good example. I was in district court over here last week, and one of the defense attorneys came to me and thanked me. Said, I want you to hear what they're going to say about my client when I plead them guilty. So the wife was there. The guy had worn the cam bracelet for 79 days, and his wife said that was the longest continuous period of sobriety he'd had in their 30-year marriage. So that's what we want to do. We don't know whether we'll have any funding or not. And if we don't have, or if it's only partially funded, we would come back to you. We should know that information maybe by August. The project ends September 30th. So we have 5 months. And even if we had a 90% success rate, it's much better than the alternative. So, and if you, your county manager can talk to the provider directly. There's several providers. It would be up to you to choose who do you want to have as a provider. That's what we are here for.
I have a couple of questions. Is the participant ever asked to pay some reimbursement or to pay to have the cam sensor?
Before we had this grant-funded project going, they had to pay everything. And for some of them, the ones that need it the worst are the least able to pay. That's been my experience. No, it's not always true, but it's usually the ones that have drank to where they've broken up the family, they don't have a job anymore, they've got 2 DWIs pending, they don't even know how they're going to pay for that. So there was no way for them to pay for it. However, I wouldn't say that if you said to a defendant, when you've been sober 6 months, we'd like for you to start reimbursing us at 10%, 50%, whatever you thought. That's not come up. They don't reimburse in the sobriety courts. At that 90-day or 120-day mark is when a lot of times you see them trying to get on their feet and get their life turned around. And so I don't know how much of a hardship that would be. It's kind of like we have a bill in the House right now, it's 212, where if they complete sobriety court and comply with everything, there would be some provision made for them to be able to get their driver's license back. And if an interlock was required, that we would pay for that for some number of days. Because you get people to the point of being sober and turning their life around, and then they can't drive. They can't take their kids to the doctor in the middle of the night. They can't get to work and back, so they get back into that spiral of driving revoked, which is what we don't want.
I've got a question. How does that CAM bracelet transfer that data to the people monitoring that? Is it like
It's all up here in the cloud.
So it's on a, like a...
Lance can answer that better than I can.
Like a cell phone data plan?
They have to have, there's 2 different ways they do it. If they have a landline phone, they have to do it a little bit different way. If they have internet at their house, they do that a little bit different way. But the information goes directly to, it looks like an EKG strip. And if you spilled a whole bottle of alcohol on your clothes and you have this bracelet on your ankle, there'll be a huge spike on that strip, just up and back down. If it's a drinking event where somebody's actually drinking, it's a slow, as the blood alcohol rises and that monitor starts picking it up, and then it starts going back down. It's like looks like a little mountain. But the information goes to the provider, and then in some of the cases, like the one here in Haywood where you were at 6 months, sometimes the district attorney wants to be notified immediately if there's a drinking event, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning. But generally speaking, they notify the provider, and then he sends a report. It's a printed out thing. When that person goes to court, and they've worn this bracelet for 90 days, their defense lawyer and the DA have this printed out copy that says they wore it 90 days, they didn't violate, and that's when their sentence is mitigated. It takes the place of some of the jail time.
They wear it 24/7, or they get to take it off?
It's always on.
They
It never
shower
comes
with
off.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So anybody figured out how to cheat one of those? You're talking about violations. They pretty much foolproof? Yeah.
If you pour alcohol on it, it'll spike where a steady rise, so they can monitor whether it's an accurate reading or a
Fake.
Yeah, they know. It's been perfected for a long time.
Yes, that was a question I had as far as the reliability of the bracelet. Do you know of any circumstance to where alcohol's been spilled on a bracelet and it's not picked it up?
I don't know of anything like that. There's some literature out there that we can get Lance to provide to you, or we can have him come talk to you. But generally speaking, they're very much relied on in the sobriety courts. They have 100% faith in them, and I certainly do. You can also use these devices for domestic violence. There's a specific thing in the law. It's a little bit different of a motion that goes in front of the court, where if alcohol is the underlying cause of domestic violence episodes, you can, they can motion the court for it in that circumstance too. So,
I know like a radar detector has to be calibrated and certified. I assume these bracelets are the same way, especially if they're being held up in court.
That is a question for Lance. He would be here today, but he really, he did the project for the whole state it's called, it's the law where they can put them on people for domestic violence. And so he stays very busy all the time, but he has a provider in Silva that through our project has been the one that went around, because if you have a more local provider, they know where Robbinsville is. And if you get somebody from Wake County, they don't know how to get to Robbinsville or anywhere else out here for that matter. So, but that would be your decision, who you chose as a provider out of, I think there's 5 in the state now. It's a successful endeavor. It's a life-saving endeavor. The police don't have to worry about this guy that they arrested a couple of times for DWI, and they think, well, we're going to get back out Friday night and they're going to be out here. No, they don't have to worry about that anymore, because they're either going to be sober or they're going to be in jail. Because if they violate it pre-trial, what can happen is their bond's revoked. Then they're going up there for $90 a day and be in the jail.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's a huge savings, you know, facing what we've got even now, expanding the jail. You know, not only is it a financial savings, but it's a attendee savings as well. Yeah. We don't have as many people in jail. So overall, it looks like a great project, especially being 100%. That's great.
Ellen, where did you hear about this program, and then why isn't the state funding it? Because
in 2012, or how far back?
Yeah, I mean, so you've heard about it in 2012, and then why hasn't the state responded? Because I love solution-based programs, and this is highly successful, sounds like, and it's like, why isn't it not funded?
I wish everybody could explain these things to me, because, like I said, we have 5 bills in the House of Representatives that are pending right now. Can't even get a hearing in a committee on them. And one of them is a NHTSA, National Transportation Safety Board, CDC recommendation from 2013. 2013. So, some of those things I can't explain, but if I have to say one thing, I think that the more local you can stay, if you decide to fund this, and we'll be going to Madison County and all the surrounding counties, Henderson County, we did some training over there the other day because they don't have it either. If you decide to fund this, you'll know exactly where every one of your dollars went. You'll know how many dollars got billed in a month and how many people were successful, and you'll be updated regularly on, and you'll know that and the other thing is the people in our project have to reside in that county. So you'll know that if you have a 21-year-old that's got 2 pending DWIs, and you know he's on his way to prison if he don't get straightened out, you're going to know whether he's successful or not. You're not going to have to wait and find out some statistic from somewhere else. You're going to know exactly where your money went. And like I said, there will be no jobs created, and there will be no fancy brochures or anything. If any information needs to be disseminated, it'll come from the courts. They know what to tell these people.
Yeah. Well, you know, alcohol is our #1 drug by far. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we have a bad drug problem, but alcohol is the worst. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's, this is a solution. This is a solution evidence-based program, mm-hmm. which, you know, I would encourage. Yeah. I'm encouraged to support it for sure. Just, you know.
Well, one of the things I'll tell you is that we do alcohol density by county in our team. It's fluid, it changes periodically, but I sit down and calculate the alcohol density by county. How many people do you have in your county, and how many alcohol vendors? That information comes from ALE. So if you fall into my red zone, Buncombe County's in my red zone, Watauga County's in my red zone. If you fall into that zone, you're getting way too many bars and not to the number of people that you have. And you have to allow for fluctuating population for tourist season and all those kind of things. But I think we can all acknowledge that alcohol is much more available in our communities now than it was when I was a little girl. And you see the impact of that. If I brought you the blood alcohols just in Haywood County from December 15th to December 30th, you'd probably have a heart attack. And so we have to respond to that somehow. And so this is an inexpensive, safe, reliable way to do that. And like I said, it's not a punishment. We know that it keeps everybody else safer, but then when you see that defendant who doesn't violate it, and you hear a story like I heard over there in court the other day, 79 days sober, never been sober that long throughout a 30-year marriage. And so we just ask you to be thinking about this. If you have more questions, anything that we can do to help you understand this better, because if they don't fund this, and everything's political, we all know that, and this is Western North Carolina, which doesn't even get remembered sometimes. If they don't fund it, or they say, well, we're only going to fund whatever, some tiny amount, which is basically what we have now, we would come back to you and ask you if you could look somewhere in your budget and find. So you have 17 people on it a couple of weeks ago. That's $17,000 over a 3-month period for all those 1,530 days of sobriety for some people in your county.
So now the supplier gives them the bracelet, right?
They usually come, they'll come to the jail, depending on what the magistrate or the judge says. They can't leave the magistrate's office or the jail without it. So they have a provider that will come if it's that kind of scenario. Or what a lot of our magistrates have been doing, and which I think is very fair, they release them with a money bond and tell them they have 24 or 48 hours to get it put on. And they've complied with that up to this point.
Okay.
And if they failed to do that, then that would jeopardize
If
their
they
bond,
fail to
right?
do it, a paper, some kind of paper, or a warrant, what happens? That goes out and they go arrest them. Because it is a condition of pretrial release. You can't be released and go around before you're tried without this. So I guess, yeah. Yeah.
So the cost is $12 a month?
No, $12. If they have a landline phone, it's $10, and if they have a internet, it's $12, or vice versa.
A month?
So it's about $360 a month. The installation fee is $75, and that includes all the apparatus, and it's like, I guess it's more like a deposit-y kind of thing.
Okay.
And then you pay that daily fee, but it's billed once a month. Like he would get a bill, your person, for $360.
Okay. Per person,
So-
yeah.
So for 17 participants at $360 a month, that's $6,100 a month. Yeah. So $6,000 a month would be the cost coming back to the county if the state does not refund it.
And if
For
you
17.
look at that, if those 17 people had to be in jail for a month, it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
$2,000 more
absolutely.
dollars, yeah, pretty much.
And it's not just the jail thing, it's that some of you are employers. If you had an employee that went out and got a DWI, and you'd be so mad, and you'd be thinking about firing them and all this, and you worried about your reputation of your business in the community, if that person comes in and has a cam bracelet on and says, I'm forced to be sober, I don't have any alternative for the next 90 days anyway, you feel better about having them on your property or doing work. For instance, if somebody's caught driving impaired with a child in the car, that's an automatic 30-day jail sentence. In my mind, I'd rather have them have a cam bracelet on for 120 days than go to jail for 30 days, because then I know something might really change. So.
The socioeconomic impact of alcoholism is far-reaching.
Oh.
I worked with a gentleman over at Ball Corporation years ago, had 2 young daughters, and he always told them never take the first drink because he said, you might like it. And that's what he always preached to his daughters. As far as I know, they grew up and heeded his advice. But I know our health department director's here today, our Dove. I'm sure he and his workers can tell you case after case of child abuse, child neglect, all as a result of alcoholism. And then you have people in your family or friends that have been affected by this, either become addicted to alcohol, or they have, in my case, I lost a good friend in high school to a drunk driver. She was riding in a vehicle and a drunk driver ran them off the road, hit a tree, and killed her instantly. But the far-reaching effects of alcohol and alcoholism in itself is it's pretty vast. You know, people who are drinking are non-productive workers. They call in, their high rate of absenteeism. The home can be very a bad place to be with an alcoholic. But, you know, I support your efforts to, it's sad that we're into this situation because government, over the years, they have romanticized alcohol. They took it over. They couldn't stop it. Prohibition couldn't stop it, so they got in the alcohol business. Yeah, and I read where Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, actually has the highest per capita consumption of alcohol of any place in the country.
I'm sure.
You can fact check me on that, but, you know, I would highly recommend no one get to the point to where they had to have a bracelet. I would highly recommend people heed my coworkers' advice. Don't take a drink, you might like it, but we're in this situation, and you know, your efforts to help mitigate and to certainly save lives, keeping people off the road who are drunk, who might kill one of your loved ones, it's highly commendable. So thank you for this.
So we're talking to you today in memory of Angela Woody, who some of you may recall, and all the others who've died at the hands of repeat DWI offenders who were released with no pretrial conditions. So we're asking you to think about this in pretrial terms, because sometimes our cases don't go to court. I just got an angry message from a sheriff this morning about a DWI case that he's been trying to get through the court for 16 months. And in the meantime, the defendant's gone out and racked up more charges, and he keeps getting subpoenaed to court, and the case keeps dragging on. So with the cam bracelet on, they're not going to be getting any more DWI charges. They're either going to be sober by the bracelet, or they're going to be in jail.
So I think our state legislator, Mr. Pless, picked a good day to be here. I appreciate him being here. He's heard a lot of concerns that go right up over the top of the commissioners' heads and go straight to Raleigh. So I love this full government participation today. So I know he's been listening to every word you said about funding that, so we won't have to.
Hopefully bring his checkbook with him.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Does anybody have any other questions?
Ellen, that don't just only save money, you know, from having to keep them in jail, but it frees the jail space up, and it also, when these officers know that they've got that cam bracelet on, they don't have to stop them and check them all the time, you know, and stuff like that, and it frees up their time also. And
Yeah, they don't have to worry about it. Back in whatever year it was, in Hands Across the Border, we had a defendant that had 3 DWIs, had a cam bracelet on, wore it 6 days. For some reason, nobody could determine. The judge decided to take the cam bracelet off. He wore it 6 days. They took it off, and it was on the 6th or 7th day after he got it off, he got DWI number 4. So that doesn't need to happen. If he'd had that bracelet on and he started drinking, it would have dinged somebody somewhere, and they got him off the road. So anyway, I hope you'll think about these things, and when we come back, if our project does not receive any funding or partial funding, that you would have a good understanding of why we're asking you for a little bit of money. And it differs, county by county will be different. Haywood County has such full participation and such success with this. You might be asked for a little bit more money than somebody else might, because you have more participants and you have more alcohol vendors and you have more, we could never be Asheville Beer City with their 10,000 DWIs a day. But we would ask you to consider some amount of money.
We're not wanting to do that.
No.
We're not wanting to compete.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So, but thank you very much for your time and patience, and we may be back.
Thanks, Alan.
Ellen, thank you. You are quite a champion for these folks and run a tight ship. I've been in a couple of her meetings, and she keeps these guys and gals, these officers and the DA, assistant DA, she keeps them marching, I'll tell you. She does a good job. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. I also want to recognize that Brandon Gilmore's here from the Waynesville PD, and Rod Honeycutt's from Madison County. They're on that. And then Chief Adams from the Waynesville PD's back in the back here today. So I want to recognize you guys. Yeah, thank y'all for coming. Okay, our next order of business is discussion or adjustment to the agenda. Does anyone have any? Yeah, I'll move to the consent agenda. Does any commissioners have any questions on the 3 items on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. We approve the consent agenda as presented.
Make a motion I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there, okay, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, our next order of business is the regular agenda. Number 1 is to request approval of a letter in opposition of a statewide child and family specialty plan Medicaid waiver through Senate Bill 156 and House Bill 340 in favor of continuing to support a care model that allows for regional child and family specialty plans that align with the existing local management entities, managed care organizations. We have VIA Community Relations Regional Director Shelley Foreman and Health and Human Service Agency Director Ira Dove. And so welcome and thanks for your patience this morning.
Oh, thank you. It's always so interesting. I've heard a lot of interesting things, but we're not here to talk about a budget, which is probably good. So first, let me just say, I always like to recognize the contributions of our commissioner appointees to our regional board. Commissioner Ramey is our current appointee, and of course, Commissioner Long, you had your time of service. Yes. And of course, Ira Dove is the chair of our VIA Health Regional Board and a member of our board of directors. So just a reminder how close we are to your community. So as you all remember, VIA Health is a public agency that manages mental health, substance use, and developmental disability funds for people in the county. It was about a year ago, Ira and I were here to ask for your support on this same topic, and your board did approve a letter to oppose a plan by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services that would implement a single statewide Medicaid waiver plan for children and families involved in the child welfare system. So unfortunately, a year later, that plan has been introduced into the General Assembly, and so we're here once again to ask for your support of VIA Health, our DSS agencies, and the current situation. So I have to use my reading glasses now. Just as a reminder, the department is really looking at a single plan across the whole state of North Carolina that would serve children in foster care. It would serve siblings of children in foster care. It also could serve adults in the child welfare system, adults and families in the in-home program, and I'll let Ira talk more. So basically, most of the children and adults that DSS serves, this is a population that VIA has worked very closely with our DSS partners for years to develop innovative programs, services, levels of responsiveness to serve children and families in the public system. The state is saying that it would have to be an insurance company who currently operates one of the standard plans that went live a year ago. So it'd be a private insurance company that would have to have a statewide plan. Now, as you know, VIA Health has a large catchment area, 31 counties. We started in the 7 western counties, but we do not have a statewide plan. So basically, this plan would disallow any of the current LME MCOs like VIA that are public agencies to apply for this waiver. So it would come down to one of the 4 private insurance companies that are managing health and some mild to moderate health care needs for people in North Carolina. One of the things I would say is that none of these plans that are currently in operation have any experience in operating the intense, high-level, enhanced services that we have been working for for years. So it would be anything from community-based intensive services for children and families all the way through therapeutic foster care, residential treatment facilities, hospitalization for kids and families. So this is something that we have a long experience doing. I just want to let you know what the impact of this plan would be, and I don't want to speak for Ira with DSS, so I'll just take a moment and then let him speak. So basically, the impact is, obviously, the state would procure a single statewide plan for children and adults in the Medicaid system that are being served by child welfare. It basically takes away choice. It would not allow these foster care children to be placed in a tailored plan like we will be via Total Care or another insurance company unless there is some consultation with the plan administrator. It also disallows counties to opt out. Every county has to participate. You as a county would have no choice in your participation. It adds biological parents, minor siblings of children in foster care, and basically almost any adult and/or child in foster care or the child welfare system that we currently work with DSS to provide services for. One of the things that is really important to note is the department does not have the authority to do this. In order for them to pursue this statewide plan that would be administered by a private insurance company, they would have to, 1, get permission from the General Assembly, and then 2, they would have to do an application to the Federal Center for Medicaid Services to make that a reality. So they have to go through this process. So we are asking for you to oppose the idea of this statewide waiver that would basically put a private insurance company in charge of your most vulnerable children and families that are in the child welfare system. So one of the things, though, is this plan came forward through the state, and I provided some materials. VIA and the other 5 LME MCOs for the last year have been working on a child and family improvement initiative. I will say the pandemic really exposed a lot of the challenges in the service system for children and adults, and a lot of the issues we face now are around recruitment and retention. It's very hard. I think every industry, every segment is dealing with recruitment and retention, and behavioral health is no different. So we have really tried to work at looking at ways that we at VIA could work locally with our DSSs as well as across the state. How could we, with the 6 LME MCOs, develop some initiatives to improve that system? And we've done that really by doing a variety of things. We've been able to, as much as within our ability, increase rates for some of our specialty providers, as we call them. So for our residential providers, we've been able to reduce authorization barriers. We now have a single statewide contracting system, so residential providers or foster families don't have to contract with each individual LME MCO. We've standardized reimbursement rates, and one of the things that we're most proud of, and it started here in the West, is we have what we call embedded care managers. So those are our clinical staff who are at the DSS office doing consultation, case support, and doing a lot of activities to support not only kids and families, but the social workers and the folks who work at DSS. So I think we've made a lot of great progress. I think there are still challenges, but we really can't see how a private insurance company is going to be a good way to deal with this population, and this is from Via's point of view. We also think that we're continuing to build on a strong foundation in the West, and as we improve our situation as we come out of the pandemic, we feel like we are building back some of, especially the community resources. And we really don't see how a statewide waiver would address any of the issues related to providers in our more rural counties. They're not going to be able to create new providers. They would be contracting with the same providers that are here. It certainly isn't going to be able to address the workforce development issues. So we just feel like there are a lot of ways that this would hurt our region and really create a difficult situation, and I'll let Ira speak more to it from his point of view.
Thank you. As part of our duties, Commissioner Ramey, and it was Commissioner Best, served for you on the regional board for VIA. And as part of that, just wanted to report out when we met as a regional board most recently and had a discussion with all of the counties in our region present, there was a consensus vote to continue to support VIA. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's been, before there was VIA, there was Smoky Mountain. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that people listen. They would come to the meetings locally. You would have faces, their medical director if there was a serious problem. The head medical director of the organization, even after they became VIA and had a number of counties, would show up in your office potentially, would call you. You would have phone numbers for people to talk to. Quarterly, the CEO of the company and a lot of the high-level folks will get on a meeting with us to talk about what's going on and try and work through service delivery. So that's what we're used to. And we are used to, so the counties voted that are part of that regional meeting unanimously to continue to support them, as you've heard from Shelley. So in our experience, before the state was interested in the spectrum of services, it was actually the person who's now over VIA's, I'm trying to remember because she just switched titles. She was their chief population health officer, and she just switched titles, Rhonda Cox, came out to the West and worked with us extensively, and this is over a decade ago, to try and say, hey, you know what, you need a continuum of services in social services for this population. And the concern is, that the state is now catching on. There's been a lot of word about, we need a continuation of services and we need to have communication in the offices. There are some real problems out there. Not to sugarcoat it, there's a lot of kids statewide been sleeping in offices, been sleeping in EDs that, because the provider networks and the acuity of what's happening don't match up. And so they need more help than they're presently able to get. And so there are some real situations that are driving this. The question comes to what ultimately will be the solution. And so we voted to support because we think the continued ability to have that communication, to have people, and I know, for example, in Cherokee, they're piloting a much more intense wraparound service model that seemed to be working, and the ability to have the flexibility and the people that will listen to have the flexibility to design those kind of services is what we think was very important.
I'd say Cherokee County has very good reason to be on top of that, if you know the past history there.
Yes.
But could you expound on exactly?
Cherokee County or Cherokee?
Cherokee County.
The res?
Cherokee County.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you expound on who came up with this idea to do the one service provider statewide, or the one, where did that originate from?
I think that the original thought process was that there was differing services in the differing regions. And the other thing that I think is part of this history is you're down to a relatively small number of LME MCOs, and once upon a time, not that long ago, you had twice that many.
Yeah.
And up to over 40. So they have seen that the service models and the continuums and the ability to deliver services level out as the numbers have gotten smaller, I think. I know that there are a lot of places where if you look at the overall state, services are not delivered equally. In terms of basic service and the ability to go in and get those services, and the kind of services you're talking about is if you want to be able to see a provider to deal with substance use disorder, if you want to be able to see a provider to deal with that you need for intensive family in-home services, they're not distributed equally. If you're looking at trying to prevent children from escalating to the point that they need to go into a longer-term care facility, those kind of services are not necessarily equally distributed, and I think that's part of what's driving this too, if you look at the statewide thing. So I could not point to an exact individual that is driving this train. I think it's a collection of persons that are looking at this as a possible solution to try and figure out how to do this.
Harry, you're on that committee. Did you have anything to say?
Yeah, we talked about this a lot at our meeting over there and stuff, and I think if we get into one situation like it where they have one provider like that, the needs are different, I think, in different areas, and Fire's already been through all this and got everything set up, and I think it'd be a mistake to change it from when it's sort of like the old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But it's, I think they've done a good job in that, and when you get into one provider like it's the same with everybody in the whole state, and then when you got different needs in different areas, I don't see how that would really work out, when you're, like in these foster cares around here, we've got, different needs, like I say, and than they do in Wake County or somewhere like that, and everything here is, anytime social service needs to get a hold of somebody, they can get a hold of them real quick now, as the way I understand it. Is that true? When we've got a problem, you can get right to the root of it right away. And and talk to anybody with the buyer that can solve the problem right away. And that's where I see the most difference would be in it, because, we got quite a few kids in this foster system, and it'd be a big change if it had to change, wouldn't it? That's one of the things that I'm concerned about is some of the things that would change that would, not help us as much as it would help some of the other counties.
Well, and I think one of our concerns is, and I know from a lot of our counties, even further west, or more rural, is that when you have one insurance company that's responsible for managing services across the state, they're really going to look at where their largest populations are. So it's not Haywood County West. It may not even be Buncombe County, right? It may be Mecklenburg, who actually opposes the plan as well. So the concern of that private to public relationship is a great concern because of our concern about the responsiveness, because it is hard work. I spend, and I am not a clinician or a care manager, but I spend a lot of time on the phone with Ira and his counterparts working on cases, and that's the commitment we have. We don't think, one private insurance company who doesn't have that public interest is going to be able to provide that level of responsiveness.
Well, sometimes this has to be, time, right on time. When you got foster kids that they're, going somewhere right then, you need to get an answer right then instead of having to wait, and it might be a whole different situation, like you say, in one of the bigger counties.
Yeah, one thing I don't understand is we really need more mental health help, and we seem to be getting more cuts. And I don't really understand that, because a lot of the issues we have around homeless and drug addiction has to do with mental health. And that's a big component that really needs to start being recognized and worked on by our state and federal governments.
And unfortunately, many of the people that we serve, that we consider indigent, that don't qualify for Medicaid, don't have health insurance, fall in that group you just mentioned.
Right.
And unfortunately, for the last dozen years, the General Assembly has reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced. So you have a very small amount of money that is allocated to serve those folks, and so it makes it really hard.
Anybody else got anything? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion, we approve item 1.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank y'all. Thank you, Shelley. Appreciate y'all's patience.
Thank you so much. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Yeah. Okay, so for item number 2, since this item was tabled at the last meeting, I will now accept a motion to remove this item from the table so we can act on it. So can I have
I'll make a motion to remove it from the table.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, so item number 2 is to request approval to accept and appropriate North Carolina Office of State Budget Management pass-through grant in the amount of $1.9 million and approval of a municipal agreement between Haywood County and the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and approval for the county manager to execute all documents. We have our Assistant County Manager, Chris Boyd, here to speak to this morning. Welcome, Chris.
I guess I should say good afternoon. It's not morning.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it is, isn't it?
Good afternoon. Kevin, you stated it very well. The last time you were asked for some additional information as a group, we provided that scope of work, which is very simply to clip the existing shoulders, determine the width of the asphalt shoulder beyond the driving lanes, and look to grade and prep those shoulders for a 4-foot wide paved shoulder at the end of the project. The scope is very simple, and it goes for about, a 5-mile stretch, particularly from Jukebox Junction to somewhere in about the roundabout there in the town of Canton. So it's a very simple scope of work, but it's a very long corridor, so it's a very expensive scope of work.
Yeah, so after we, talked about this last time, I got to looking at, I'm on the RPO board, and Brandon and I are on the MPO board. And one of the designs that they're trying to incorporate is to have more room along the roads for pedestrians and bicycles. And so I kind of think this is more of a safety measure, and I guess it's kind of incorporating it into that. But that was one of the thoughts I had whenever, we'd gotten finished with the last discussion on it. So I'll just throw that out to y'all. And I know that section of highway, when I go see my mom, there's always a lot of traffic, bicycle traffic, especially on the weekends, of folks. It's a beautiful area to ride in. You got the mountains, and you're looking in the valley, and you can see the mountains. It's just incredible driving up through there. So, but I just want to share those thoughts with y'all this morning. I don't know if, Mark, did you want to speak to it? You can come on up. Mark Pless is their North Carolina representative on this. Okay.
Okay, okay, we're good to go. No, what I wanted to do was, the first thing, and I gave it to Frank, was the general statute. I had spoke to Tommy this morning, and he said there was some concerns about the town of Canton extending their borders. And he can speak more to the law side that is impossible. Used to, there was forced annexation. You could go in and let's say the town of Canton wanted to go up Pisgah Drive. They could say, you know what? We want to move our ETJ over there. They move the ETJ over there. They control the growth. And at some point they say, okay, growth's reached a point where it wants to be. We're just going to take this land. You could protest all day long and it didn't matter. 2011, 2012, when the Republicans took over the legislature, this bill was passed. And Frank can speak to it if you have any questions. What this bill does is if the town of Canton ever chooses that they would like to expand their borders, they have to go to the folks that are in that community and they have to do a referendum to them. If they choose that that's where they would like to go, I believe their municipal voters have to agree to it as well as the people that are outside. So let's say Canton decided they wanted to go up, there is no restriction on mileage. If they wanted to go up 110 and they wanted to take, say, the Center Pigeon Fire Department, that's an easy number to look at. They have to put it on a ballot. The folks that are affected by that annexation have to vote, but so do the municipal people. And Frank will have to speak if I said that correctly, but that's the way I understand it.
Frank? So,
I've not seen this before. I'm reading it now.
okay,
We'll have to
so
talk
he was
about it
just
later.
saying that for the town to expand their boundaries, they have to go through there's a process they have to go through.
They have to referendum the affected property owners, and if I understand correctly, they have to referendum the town people as well.
Yeah, it used to be really easy, and now it's not.
Yes, you can't take anything. Now, it even goes so far as to spell out what you have to have worded on the ballot.
Right.
You either agree to it or you disagree to it. It's a yes or no question.
Right.
They can't creatively create anything. It's specific as to that they're consenting to be annexed. While he's looking at that, the only other way annexation can happen is, let's say up here on Crescent Loop, there's someone that has an issue and they need water or sewer for whatever reason. There is no water and sewer going up Pisgah Drive. There's no plans to run any up Pisgah Drive. But if they would like to be part of the town and the town is willing to run the lines up there, they can request annexation and then at that point they would be taken in. And the reason I'm using Crescent Loop is because most people don't realize the left side of the road where the Canton sign is in the city limits to incorporate that development that is there. The right side of the road, Pisgah High School is technically in the town, but that roadway on the right side above the car wash is not on the town, okay? That is still in the county.
And then you had provided us, Mark, just for to let people know what you had provided us. You provided us with a detail of the cross section of the road that goes there, and it shows 4-foot shoulders. But you provide us photos of several sections along that road, which, and I don't know if they can zoom in on this or not, but it shows that the grass has grown over the 4-foot shoulders, and there's no shoulder there. And so what's happening is the water can't really get off the road because of the grass has built up. And the reason it has was this road was built in, Tommy said, 75, 76. So it's been there for 40 plus, almost, 50 years. And it hasn't had really any maintenance to maintain the shoulders, if you will, back to where they were originally located.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, while Frank's reading over that, I figured he could look at it and give us an opinion on the annexation part. He may need to do that later on. If you go to the very first part, it talks about what the road surface is going to look like. The local mountain smear decided that it was important for them to put in there that it was a sidewalk because the reporter that did it couldn't understand that it was not a sidewalk. She was explained numerous times, this is not a sidewalk. This is a paved path that is contingent with the path that we have now for the shoulder. It extends 4 feet, which is on side DOT's property. It's not taking anyone's property. There will be mailboxes moved. There will be some fences moved, but all of that stuff is on DOT's property currently.
Yeah, let me say this from a surveying standpoint. The state owns about an 80 to 100 foot strip that they bought the land. They don't have a right-of-way, they own the land.
Correct.
So it's not, and that's what the DOT does now. They don't buy right-of-ways, they actually take the land to where they can put utilities in it or expand the roads if they want to. So they bought it in fee simple title, and when I do surveys, I have to find that line because that is the property line, because that's what the state bought in the late 70s. So so the state owns the land up there.
Correct. And typically, if you're driving down any road and you want to tell about where the state boundary is, I didn't know this till I got to Raleigh and dealing with Jason Leatherwood, who was awesome. He's retired now. But if you look where your phone poles are not on private property. It's much like a satellite, or much like a cell tower. They can't put it on there without you agreeing to it or without them paying you to have it on there, because they are servicing a lot of folks. So if you drive down any road and you look, wherever the light pole's at is typically where the border is. So if you look at 110 on both sides, it goes a long way. It goes across from that. What they're going to do, and the town of Canton has requested since then, at the car wash between the section of Pisgah, we'll talk about that a little bit. That section the town has an interest in. But what they're going to do is they're going to come in, they're going to take all of the stuff that's down there now, and if you look at the diagram, they're going to go out 4 feet and they're going to put a surface down, a 4-foot surface or a 4-inch surface down to make it level to where it's flat. Then they're going to come back and they're going to put a 2-inch overlay over the top of it, okay? The money that's here is only going to do that original surface and put that top 2-inch on it. That'll bring it up to where we are now. They're going to resurface the road as part of another project. The reason, and I had talked to Brandon about this a few weeks ago, I can't budget resurfacing a road. That is not allowed. When the Republicans took over, it used to be whoever was the most powerful in the Senate and the House, your roads in your counties were perfect. Everybody else had to suffer. DOT can't run the state of North Carolina like that. So I'm told what happened was that they took away the ability for legislators to budget any road. So we can't do anything road-wise, but DOT knows that this is going to be an issue, and they have a certain amount of money allocated to Haywood County. So the original plan was to push this out in February, March of this year, award the bid. They were going to come in behind it, schedule their paving. It has to be completed by October 15. Because it's not been done that way, they have to move the paving project to next year. Okay, so it's not a problem. They're still going to bring their money, and I have an email from Brian Birch whenever he was running this area over here talking about that very same thing, the fact that they're going to tie it in with a normal paving project. So if you'll look, page number 2, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's 4.8 miles that they're going to resurface. That's going to take it from the intersection of 110-276 to just below where the car wash is at this point. There's some concern because the sidewalks and things that are there now, there's not really anything that we can do with that because that is inside the municipal park for the town of Canton. So that will probably be unchanged. They'll just start at the car wash at both sides of the road, go all the way to the intersection of 110-276. Now, whenever you go back in, and what Kevin was talking about, the first one is the red light. If you look on that, you can see where they've patched the road. That was the first thing I addressed before we did this, was I asked DOT how we could get the water off of the roadway, because what's happening, every time we get a heavy rain, the water has nowhere to go. So they went up there and they cut some weep holes in there in a couple of spots to try to let the water off. Well, that was done in 21 when we first started this process. Well, it's already filled those back up. We get so much sediment on the road that there's no way to maintain that. DOT does not have a plan, and they are not going to come through and clean the sides of the roads on a regular basis. They don't have the staffing for it. They don't have the money for it. This is never going to be a reality. So this is the only option that I could come up with. It would solve the problem, protect the road, and get it resurfaced. The other one is Max Thompson, which is right directly across from that. And you can see there's just inches between the white line now and what was put down before. And I don't know how far it extends. I'm told it's about 2.5 or 3 feet, the shoulder that we have now. So in reality, if you look at the guard railing, you're going to be about to the guardrail, and you're going to be just a foot over where we're at right now. But they're going to bring that up. Wells Road is the other one where the big tree is at. Everybody has seen the big tree. The problem with Wells Road is it's a drainage issue, and they cut a hole there as well, and it's already filled back up. But what happened was it's so close, it's leaving the water on the roadway in such thing that it's sunk. So now if you come just below the tree, the water sits on the roadway even in a small storm and creates puddling because the roadway has sunk. The only way to fix that is to bring everything back up to the level that it needs to be. The rock house on Pisgah Drive is the exact same way. I'm sure you guys remember that. You see it all the time, but it's got a patch on it right now to try to level it up to where the water, but it still does the same thing. It collects up there around the trash dump and it works its way back down, and that whole area keeps water on it, and then the road just keeps sinking and sinking and sinking. So that's the only way to fix that. Now, the car wash in Canton, this is the side that belongs to the county. This is what's outside the city. But Zeb Smathers and Nick and the town have asked me, whenever we started this project, they didn't know anything about it, but they have asked me, the school students are using this as their walkthrough. Okay, I suspect, and I don't know this for a fact, but they lock the softball fields now. They have a gate there, and kids where I used to go to school and walk through there, you used to be able to go down there and walk through. You can't now. So a lot of the kids still walk to school from town. So they've learned to come down the backside of Pisgah, and they're walking in the roadway whenever the road's wet or whatever, but they're walking home from school now to get back. And we have some surface under here, but that's going to fix that problem, and it'll keep them out of the road every day. I've told them that we're working to see if we can get this done. The town can't send their people up there and do anything with it because it's against state law for anyone but the state of North Carolina to work on a North Carolina road, and this is a North Carolina road. So the town's kind of caught in limbo waiting on this to happen, and I told them eventually we're going to get it solved. We're going to get to a point to where it's going to solve this problem here, but they also have requested it. So that's kind of the whole project of what I have got. What kind of questions do you have, or what have you heard? I haven't read the article. Tommy told me that I was a celebrity again. I got to be in the mountain air over the weekend, but I haven't read the article, so I really don't know what it says.
Just for clarification, right here above the car wash that you're talking about here across from Mr. Rogers' business, that road expansion just occurred in recent times relatively. Just in the last few years, they expanded that, put a turn-in lane and all that due to that side access to Pisgah High School.
Correct. They had so much traffic going Substation Road.
So the state, they put a request in for a modification over what, probably a quarter of a mile, I guess, stretched up through there.
To go up that hill into the school. Yeah. As far as I know, the school system didn't pay for it. DOT did it for them.
Yeah. Well, Mark, you and I have talked extensively about this, and first of all, kudos to you for showing up today. You sat through a very long meeting. You have my utmost respect for doing a job that you do in Raleigh. I know what kind of drive you have, and you represent your district extremely well compared to some of the other experiences I've had. And I want to just say thank you for representing Haywood County and Madison, Yancey County the way you do. So getting back to this project, I know this was probably submitted, what now, 18 months ago, 2 years ago?
It came out in the 2021 budget, which we didn't get approved until November of 2021.
Right, so it's been hanging out there for quite some time.
Yes.
So, but I do appreciate, I can say that when I bring an issue to Representative Pless about the DOT, he gets right on it. I know the water standing on 110, you and I had emails, discussions about that, and you got that corrected, you know, relatively quick, but those little ditches that they dug, they are filled back up. We have so much sediment from heavy trucks that carry rock and gravel and things of that nature on our roads there that there's a lot gets on the road. So speaking to constituent concerns that I have, and I know some of the other ones said they were going to save some of their remarks, I have had no one request or lobby me to do this project, and this has brought to my attention several times that Highway 110, along with 209, going through Crabtree and Fines Creek and down that way, those two roads are almost identical in the scope of the job when it was constructed. And they are probably, without question, two of the widest two-lane roads in Haywood County. There's plenty of room for pedestrian walkways. You brought up two things on the maintenance problem. The pictures you show indicate that certainly there has been very little or no maintenance done on those shoulders. That has allowed water to accumulate, damage the substrate, allowed the roads to sink. So doing this project, in my eye, is not going to solve the problem of a maintenance issue. We are trying to put paint over a problem, and it will come back again if we don't address some of these drainage issues. So for that matter on that, I appreciate it, and I know that the paving would correct that, but that's a temporary fix. That's chasing good money after not truly a long-term solution, but you're putting a Band-Aid on a problem. That is a problem. Shoulder maintenance, sinking of the water. But I have, as far as the annex situation with Canton, I have had very few comments about that. I think the concern is urban sprawl and what could come later with providing more access up and down this as a walkway, bicycle way, which it's, you know, I know it's a safety concern. However, the clientele that's going to get out of that walkway, you've got plenty of grass and plenty of shoulder if it was maintained. If you have somebody under the influence of drugs or alcohol, it wouldn't matter if you had a 40-foot shoulder. They're going to wander out and somebody's going to run over them.
Exactly.
So I've had very limited, I have had no one call me asking for this, but I have had an overwhelming response from constituents that say, first of all, we don't need it. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. As far as the physically conservative part of it, we have had tremendous needs from Tropical Storm Fred, and you have been key and instrumental in providing support. I really appreciate that. And also with the mill shutting down, I'm not sure the timing of this project is right, or if we turn that money back in, it could be applied. I know it's a pot of money. It's the taxpayers' money, and we're all taxpayers. And, you know, to be conservative, I don't really see at this point in time for me to be able to support it. I can't do it.
Well, I'd like to speak to the concerns that you have with the other projects that's coming. There is 45 million coming to take care of Tropical Storm Fred. Part of it is Lake Logan. I have been assured that I get to dredge that this time. There's 10 million for that. But there's 45 million more coming. We just reappropriated 4 million, right at 4 million, for some needs. Crusoe Fire Station, replacing their engine, doing some buyouts on property. Some people want to move on, and we want to do buyouts, but there's another 10 million requested for buyouts to deal with Tropical Storm Fred. There's another 8 million for debris. There's the 7 million you've already got for the grant, the HUD grant, and there's another 7 coming at the end of this time. So if you put every bit of that together, you're somewhere in the neighborhood of about $60 million more coming than what you had. Now, that has to come in phases because you can't spend it as fast as I'm sending it, plain and simple.
And Mark, if that lady was sitting right there in the front row,
she'd
probably jerk a couple more pickets out on your behalf. So
right.
I really brag on you, Mark, because you have done such an excellent job in helping our county in that respect. It's just phenomenal.
Correct. And dealing with the changeover as far as the mill is concerned, if the mill goes away, right now there is 35 million for a sewer plant for the town of Canton. There is, let's see, let me think, 9, 13, there's 15 million coming for, part of it's for the county, part of it's for the town, and part of it's for an economic development project to help one of the businesses stay in business here. So that need is met. There's not anything that we have addressed that hasn't been already satisfied. 1.9, it goes to the state, and if Charlotte gets it, Charlotte gets it. It's not something I call my DOT chair today. Can't be reappropriated, can't be redesignated, can't turn around, pull it back and give it to DOT, can't give it to the town, can't give it to anybody. It dies here. One of the things that you see a lot of times, I think, is opposition, and I see this at the state a lot, is when things happen that people are not accustomed to, is when they get upset about things. This has never been done before. I cannot fund a bicycle path, period. I can't do anything to help as far as that is concerned because that's something that we are not going to fund. I can fund a pedestrian path because I've explained the dangers. We have 7 trailer parks that live there, and those folks are not the only folks, but I see people walking on Pisgah Drive. And right now, they walk in the roadway. They don't bicycle on the shoulders. They don't walk on the shoulders. They walk in the roadway. July the 5th, leaving Canton, coming back, there was a guy, I almost got him. Had I not been paying close attention, couldn't see him. He was in dark clothes. He was in his bicycle. He was right there in front of Kenny Aldridge's house. It was over before I even processed who it was. I just fortunately had enough time to dodge. I see that quite a bit. I come in late on Thursday nights. I saw it a lot when the economy was not the greatest. So this is to deal with a problem. And unfortunately, if you all want to deal with it, we can, but I can't do anything else with it.
So the 1.9, I understand if that's not enough, if the bids don't come back within that scope, that it has to come back before us. Is that correct? Is that what I read? We have to either approve more money or not?
Not any longer. The agreement that I gave Brian a few minutes ago wanted to clean the language up, and once the 1.9 is turned over to the DOT, the county has no obligation. You're just the funding mechanism.
And so with the 1.9, there was some discussion about having to pave 110 to match the, so you're looking at another 6.
I'm not, remember what I told you a while ago, I can't fund paving a road?
Yeah.
I think the opposition was over a separate path, and that's not what this is. This is maintenance and safety.
It's contingent with the roadway we have in existence now.
And we've got kids at Pisgah walking down. I mean, you know, to me, this is a safety and a maintenance issue, and it's needed. It's not what everybody thought it was. And unfortunately, the Mountaineer didn't quite get that exactly right.
They were explained in as great a detail as you have right now. She just chose not to do it that way.
Well, these photos definitely show the need for this maintenance because, and that's what roads need maintenance. And I got to tell you, I'm on the MPO and RPO board, and the DOT does not have a lot of money because you have electric vehicles. Their funding mechanism is not increasing very much, but the needs are. And then we also have, there was a lawsuit that cost the state $1 billion with a B dollars, the DOT, that had to do with right-of-way takings, that a judge, you know, basically said, you guys have to pay this, and they did. And so they were short $1 billion, and the maintenance and roads have been put off that were desperately needed. They've been put off for 5-10 years. And then the things that were coming on in 5-10 years, they get pushed on back. So, but anyway, I mean, I support it because it's safety and maintenance. And if somebody gets hit and killed on that road, and I know that I didn't try to help that situation, that's where I'm at. I'm just going to let y'all know. So, I mean, maybe I'm a lone voice.
Just to inject for the sake of argument, if they were doing maintenance on it right now,
right, this
wouldn't be an issue talking about safety because there's plenty of room, and you see those pictures right there. That is a letdown in another department that even is beyond our scope in discussing this because even if you went ahead and did the project, you're still going to have that to deal with. If that's not corrected, it'll be grown right back up. There'll be drainage issues, and the roadway will be sinking over time. You know, they used to have a machine. I'm sure you remember it. They'd follow around the dump truck, and it would scoop up 3 or 4 inches of sod and dirt off the side.
Is that not what they're going to do?
Huh?
I thought that's what this is, I thought.
They're going to take all of this up. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the maintenance of the shoulder.
Oh, yeah. It's routine maintenance. They used to do that to keep water off the roads.
There's a larger story.
I hadn't seen that machine in a long time. But.
Well, and you won't. There's a larger story to that. Used to, it was a really cool idea. You could go out and you could clean the shoulders. The problem with it now, and the reason this is going to be built up and done the way that it's going to be done, is a few months ago, they were scraping some roads in the secondary roads around here, and they were doing something very similar to that. DOT has to be very cautious anytime they go out to do a road, because if there is the least gap between the existing pavement and where the surface is below, or they disturb the surface and it washes and it creates a hole that causes someone to have an accident, then the state of North Carolina is liable because we changed the surface and put them in a hazardous situation. So you're not going to see people go out and dig this up anymore like they used to, and it's all because of the changes, and someone saw an opportunity to get some money out of it, and they do this statewide. They won't allow us to cut the shoulders except for in specific situations, and this one here, they're not going to let me do it. That was the first course, was to get DOT to just clean the shoulders, and that's the cheapest route to do it, but they're not going to do it. Now, they'll come back. I think we're scheduled for resurfacing. They'll come back and resurface in 26, but they're not going to clean the shoulders. They'll come slow a top coat on it and keep right on trucking. They just are not going to do that, and I wish we could.
Where's the breakdown? As far as on your end of it, I know here a few years ago they sprayed tar down and put chat on several side roads, and they didn't
They're fixing to do that some more.
There was a couple that I called our former representative about. The weeds were growing up because the road was so deteriorated, and the contractor didn't do anything to that substrate. And about a week later, this very nice aggressive weed was growing up through the new tar and pavement, chat. It was growing right up through the middle of the road like it was before. And, I called the representative to get on the contractor, and nothing was ever done.
Yeah, we have no control over any of that. That's why I'm saying they have taken the control away.
I would not cut them a check. I wouldn't sign the check. That'd be one way of fixing it.
Well, they have taken the control away from the legislature to where we have no control over what they do. That's the bottom line. Is if I could go out here, and I had a great relationship with Jason. We don't know who our new supervisor is going to be. I haven't been told yet, but I have met with Wanda Austin about some other stuff. And eventually we're going to have a new supervisor down here that's just not been named. And that's who we get the most work done from, is those folks over here at the local level. And if Jason couldn't do it, it's not going to ever happen, because he was fabulous to work with. He did just about everything I needed him to do. This is the only thing he could not do, and it's from the people in Raleigh. It's not got anything to do with us locally. But this is the only way to solve the problem when it comes down to it. I have tried every option I've got, and this is the only way to solve the problem.
So let me ask some questions. Do you want to go ahead? So the plan, the mechanics of this plan are to go in and scrape or clean the existing shoulder. And then you'll have to if you're going to pave it. You can't pave on top of dirt.
Tommy has the thing. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough copies for everybody, but he can share it with you. And they're going to take a track hoe and they're going to dig up, and they're going to come back and put their substrate and stuff down, and then they're going to come back and put another 2-inch coat over the top of it and bring it up. So it's actually, instead of cutting it back, they're going to actually use a machine, because they know it's as bad as it is. They're going to have to dig everything that's in there now and put their surface down, and then they're going to come back and pave over it next year.
And you're going to pave from side to side across the roadway, or just on the sides?
This project here is going to do a 4-foot on either side of the road that we have in existence today, from from the white line to all the way over, 4 foot on both sides. And then when they come back next year, they'll ward out a resurfacing. They'll come back and they'll resurface the whole road.
So the roadway will not be paved, will not be resurfaced in this project?
It can't be because of the delay.
Okay, so there's going to be 4 inches on the side of the roadway, correct?
And another inch, I think the diagram says 1.5 inches, but there's another 2 inches coming in on top of that to level it up to where the surface is now.
Okay, and then you said that the resurfacing was not scheduled until 2026.
The original resurfacing was not scheduled till 26. This moves it up because they're trying to finish this project and move the resurfacing up. So all the holes and everything that we have now are not going to be touched until then, unless the pathway has put in. And then they were going to do it at the same time. They were going to time a paving project to complete it the same year, but because of the delay, by the time they do their award, get the contractor here, it'll be too late to pave this year, so they'll do it in the spring as soon as they're able to open up. That's the reason it's not going to be done at the same time now. If we'd had this conversation in March, we'd have been on target.
So, you've sat in this very seat, and sometimes we get concerns and complaints and calls from folks who, have questions and are worried about ways money are being spent. And oftentimes I can reconcile those questions when making decisions. I'm struggling with this one a little bit, too.
That's fine.
I think what concerns me, not so much about your efforts, is that in the longevity of the two things tying together, how will we maintain it going forward, and how will the paving and this project actually come together? That doesn't give me a lot of confidence.
You're not allowed to maintain it. The state of North Carolina has
It's
to.
not been maintained to this point, and I don't know by taking up what we have and repaving it will correct the fact that we're not maintaining it already.
But it took how many years for this to get here? It was built in the 70s.
50, almost 50.
It's been resurfaced a couple of times in my memory. I think WNC did it last time. Yeah.
It's not a very pedestrian, bicycle-friendly because of the speed limits. Once you get outside the town limits, I think it's 35 past the school there and the Crescent Loop turn.
Then it goes to
But then
50.
it immediately goes to 50 or 55, and that's exceeded on a regular basis out through there.
I personally encounter more bicycle traffic on 215. They park down to Old Armory or the Rec Park, and they use the scenic, that's a designated scenic byway. They go up the backside and then go up toward Lake Logan. They have bicycle races occasionally, and it comes down to 110. But
Yeah, we're
as
never
far
going to
as-
address that part. Bike paths are not a thing. Unfortunately, we don't own enough property on any of the other roads. Jim Davis tried to do that on 215 and 276. State of North Carolina doesn't own enough right-of-way for them to put one in. That's why he could never get it
215, they
accomplished.
just own what they have.
If we didn't make a
Used to be a
decision
railroad.
on it,
Yeah.
if we just didn't make a decision on it, not tabled it, but just didn't make a decision on it, how long is it before the money reverts back to the state?
I don't have an answer for that. They claw money back all the time, and they may turn right around and say, no, we're just going to retake it. They don't ask us where our projects are,
Well, they should.
but whenever they funded a lot of the stuff last time, they funded it with ARPA money. And when they fund it with that, we have until '24 to have it spent. So otherwise, it reverts to somebody we don't want to have control of it. So if this ARPA money, they'll claw it back this year. If it's not ARPA money, then it can sit there probably another budget cycle, maybe. But
Yeah,
it kind of comes down to either you want it or you don't. There's just no other way to accomplish it. So if you don't think it's something that's
I don't know
wrong,
why they can't just clean the shoulders up.
yeah, they're never going to do that. That was the easiest solution. They did bring a machine by, that long arm machine, and mow the shoulders, including those little trees. They won't even cut the trees out because they don't have the resources. We used to have people, when I was on the fire department, come from the Department of Corrections up here where Pathways is at now, and they cleaned ours off every year, but they can't even do that anymore.
Is that because of lack of funding or lack of ability to get help, or where is the holdup?
They don't have help. They don't have the ability to put road crews out.
We don't have a state prison here anymore either.
Yeah, we don't have the road crews, and I didn't know this till recently. I spoke to somebody that works over at Craggy. It's been a medium forever. They had to revert to a minimum because they don't have staffing to run a medium.
You know my feelings
right
on,
about
you know
that.
my feelings on, you know my feelings on the work crews.
Well, I'm 100% behind you.
I've consulted you many times, and you run into a roadblock in Raleigh on that, so.
I'm 100% behind you, but
I
there ain't
guarantee.
nothing, like I say, everything that I try to do, there's some things I have control of, and like this project here, I have no control over. This is the only way to accomplish what I was shooting to do, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And where I was going to say a while ago is there is no one else done this. This is kind of the reason why I think a lot of people are upset about it is if you could say, hey, why don't you drive over to Jackson County, here's you a road. There is no other project like this. There is nothing tied to the highway. 209 would be a great alternative, but we're going to run into the same problem down there. It's just like private roads and bridges. I was told, no, you can't do things like this, and they finally let me have the money for it, and that was the most popular program, and they think it's the greatest thing in the world, that when a disaster comes through now, we're going to be able to do that, but they had to figure out a way to do it. This is the first time we've done one of these. So that's, to me, that's part of the reason is people don't understand it. They've been misled by the media, but they also don't understand what it's going to be.
Well, I think that's where we have to visualize in our own mind's eye, you know, what it's going to be, because there is nothing you can go look at.
Well, and it was kind of funny, after I talked to you this morning, I was thinking up here, and I was like, this is kind of like DHHS money and a lot of the other money that comes down. You just pass it through, and when it comes down to who messed the problem up, it ends up being, well, DSS did this, or DSS did that, or whoever you're passing it through. And this is kind of the same thing. It's just pass-through money. It's not the counties. It's just something that we were able to get the funding for, and you have the option of saying, nope, I don't want it, or, yep, I want it. So.
Are they going to change the grading on it or anything to help that drainage issue?
When they resurface it, it'll fix a lot of that problem. The grading can't be redone. That's not what the purpose is. The purpose is just to get it off, because it used to drain really well. I've lived on that road for 35 years. It used to drain really well. Now it doesn't, just because it can't go anywhere.
Well, is it going to be a problem until they do the paving of the road? Is it going to change any of the...
You'll still have your potholes and stuff till next year.
Yeah, but I mean, will that change the grading and hold the water on the road or anything?
If it's already sunk down like those two areas I was telling you about, there's nothing you can do about that. It'll have to be resurfaced to get the water off the road there. But when they resurface it, then it'll do like it's supposed to do. It was designed to shed the water. It's just lack of maintenance has got us to the point we're at right now.
Seemed like most of the concerns I had one call me on the way up here this morning, and we got a couple of letters here, a couple of people out here. But the main concerns that I've heard continuously is that they're afraid the next step will be putting water lines and sewer lines down through there, making it like these place on Russ Avenue with that eyesore there.
Well, the thing I can say to that is we're at least 5, maybe 6 years from a sewer treatment facility in the town of Canton. You're not hooking a house up to the sewer system right now. There's not capacity to do anything. Now, everybody talks about the mill closing and the fact that it's going to be done. It hadn't closed yet. And if something happens and it manages to stay open, you're going to still be in the same point. The town of Canton can't handle anymore, period.
Yeah.
And they can't take it. That's why I gave Frank the law the way it was written. They can't take anybody's property. It has to be by request.
I believe it would be received a whole lot better if people understood exactly what was going on instead of the way they read it and stuff.
Well, whenever the news media calls you and says, hey, what are you doing? And we have the conversation much like what we had today, and then you make it into something controversial because that's what you need to do, sell newspapers. That's why they know about it the way they know about it. They have no idea the real thing, and most of the folks sitting here, other than other conversations that I had, I dare say, other than what you read in the Mountaineer, you probably didn't even know what we were doing until it came up before you because of the way the news media prints it. So I pin it all back on them. 100%.
Mark, you know me, I've told you this many times, I appreciate you, appreciate what you've done in Raleigh. Probably done more for our county than any other representative that I can think of. And that's very much appreciated, and it pains me to even think that I'll vote no today on this simply because I drive that road every day. And but I do have concerns like Commissioner Long, Commissioner Best have brought to our attention today that from a maintenance standpoint, it seems like maintaining the road is what needs to be important. I know this money can't be transferred over to use it for that, but maintaining the road seems to be more important to me because I do have concerns, just like the many phone calls, I've had emails, people visit my shop. Since it come out, I guess a couple of years ago, that people don't want it. I've not had anybody that's called saying, hey, yeah, we want it, we're for it. A couple of reasons is the foot traffic, the type of foot traffic that'll be traveling that road, along to possibly more foot traffic, along with widening that road, the speeding that can be even more than what it is now. Because if you've got a bigger, wider area, you'll have the tendency probably to drive a little bit faster, or I do anyway. I know right there where 26 is getting ready to hit 40 and they widen that up to 4 lanes. When you hit that, if you'll watch traffic, it's like a pole vault out of that area to pick up speed because they feel like they can drive faster versus being on a 2-lane. So just the foot traffic, more foot traffic, vehicle speeding, not maintaining the road like we probably should, as Commissioner Long pointed out. If we do this project, we repave it, it's just a matter of time we're going to have the same problem again, because if it's growing over like in the pictures that we've looked at, I think the biggest use of the money, even though we can't use it for that, will be to maintain this roadway and to clean it up. So Again, I drive this road every day. I'd love to have new pavement going up 110, especially right in front of my shop. But as Commissioner Long or Commissioner Best one pointed out, there is some traffic, foot traffic there now, but a lot of them walk in the grassy area, but they are those that'll walk there on the shoulder of the road. But those folks, I don't even know if they know they're in Canton or Bethel, so I don't know that widening that up would help. But anyway, that's just my thoughts on it. Again, I appreciate all you've done for us. I appreciate you even bringing this money to us. However, I have a tough time supporting it from a personal standpoint, along with the many constituents that I've had that's contacted me since our last meeting, and many that I talked to because of the misinformation that's printed prior to this. I had a lot of phone calls and visits at my shop saying, hey, we don't need this because of what it's going to bring to our small community. Anyway, that's just my feelings, and again, thank you for what you're doing in Raleigh. Keep it up, keep bringing the money to us, but again, I just have a little heartburn over supporting this.
Okay, well, I guess I just looking at my engineering brain, this is maintenance and safety, so I guess, do we not have any support for it then? Okay, I guess not.
No problem. We'll have it repurposed and send it to somebody else.
I support it, Mark, but it's my engineering brain, like I say, because to me, I can see by doing this and paving the road, it's going to take care of the problem for another 20 or 30 years, and then there'll be another maintenance things we need to do, which is where we're at now. So, but maybe I don't understand I understand what the public's problem and perception was, but it was wrong, and I can educate them on this because it's safety and maintenance.
In a few years, we'll be revisiting it, but it'll be under an entirely different set of circumstances.
Okay. Well, I hope the DOT...
That's exactly how that'll work.
Yeah. I just know how broke the DOT is right now, and it's not good. And, you know, I just...
It's not.
If somebody hydroplanes out there, or, you know, anyway, I'm on record, so I
second Chairman Inslee's concerns. The maintenance issues, and I've had conversations, and you got those bridges cleaned off. You know, the bridges are multi-million-dollar items of infrastructure that's taxpayer money. And you throw something, if you throw your house out there and you don't paint it, or you don't caulk the windows, or you don't put a new roof on it, you're going to be building another one in about a fraction of the lifespan that it should have had if you'd have maintained it.
Right.
And those bridges are multi-million-dollar pieces of infrastructure. When I called you last year, and thankfully you got took care of, there were weeds literally waist high growing between the pickets on those bridges on 276 and the white line. And those roots go down in those water joints, go down in those expansion joints, they turn water in there, and then you go through freeze-thaw cycles, and the people's piece of multi-million-dollar infrastructure has to be replaced long before it should have.
Right.
Maintenance is the key, and I appreciate your efforts on that. You probably saved millions of dollars that people don't even realize. The discussions going behind the scenes to try to protect and preserve the people's money on these bridges, especially bridges in this county, have been neglected, and you've been instrumental in helping us right the ship on that. But I see those things. I know what those big ticket items are, and the maintenance needs to be improved. If Jens can do that in the legislature, in the House, wherever it needs to be done, the people will appreciate it.
You have to get creative. That's the sad part about it. You have to get
Well, I
creative.
mean, this goes beyond a 5-mile strip of one road.
Oh, I know.
I'm sorry.
I want to go on record of saying what gives me the most angst about it is that we can't line the two projects up in closer proximity to each other, because in my opinion, and I'm not an engineer, but in my opinion, by raising that shoulder, we may be creating additional problems in the roadway with water issues standing in the on where we drive, on the surface of the road that we drive on. If we could time this project with paving 110 and leveling the curb or the side or the pathway and the roadway surface, I think I would feel more comfortable with it. What gives me angst is if we do one without the other, we're just creating a new set of problems.
But they're going to do it at the same time.
That's not what he said.
They're going to do it, by the time they award the bid this year, if they can get it out right now, by the time they award the bid and give them time to complete it, it will be too cold to pave. So they have to wait until next spring. They don't have a choice, just because of the time frame on it.
But we don't know for sure that they've moved the 2026 resurfacing project up to 2024.
Yeah, dude, Wanda Austin told me the other day it'd be paved in 25. I can forward you the email when I leave.
So
I don't do anything that I don't know the answer to.
can we just not vote on it?
I just don't get it.
And keep the money till we get the two projects closer together?
You can ask them to do it next spring. I mean, that's not going to solve the problem with the people. That seems to be the problem, is the fact that some people, and it's not a majority, it's a very small amount. There's about 7,000 or 8,000 people that use that road every single day. And it's a very small amount of people that oppose it. But if you want to deal with the timing, that's one thing. But I'm understanding that it's the complaint side that kills it.
No, I don't want to, I'm only speaking for myself, not for my fellow commissioners. My concern is that I would like to see both projects really happen at the same time in a perfect world to prevent creating a new issue. Because we could be creating issues where water stands in the road, ice stands in the road,
It's going to get it
going
off.
forward.
It's going to get it off the road.
That is an award of the money to DOT, and then DOT being asked to complete the project simultaneously in the spring of '24. That's the easy thing. But
What would be the possibility of delaying it just a little while and meeting with these people that oppose it and stuff and explaining it to them and see if they might want to change their mind, and have it all done at the same time, or whatever we can do to make it work.
I would point them to the YouTube video of this because it was well explained, and they can watch it and see exactly what's going to happen. Because to me, it's safety and maintenance. I mean, you do the shoulders and then you do the road, or you kind of do them all at the same time, but usually the shoulders are going to be lower than the road surface because you want the water to get off. And right now, it's stopping because the vegetation's there, and then it's taking its own way, and it's leaving puddles to where people can hydroplane when they go down through there. And that's the issue that I feel like.
But it'd be a whole lot cheaper if we just cleaned that roadway up, because that's what we got
But that's
now,
what
and
they're doing. That's what they're doing.
Well, yeah, but it's costing us $1.9 million. I know it's a grant.
It's expensive, yeah.
But if a DOT was doing what they were supposed to and maintaining the road, it's like Commissioner Long said, I mean, changing your oil is important. If you don't change your oil and you wait to spend $100,000 every 4 years.
But this accomplishes
that's a whole lot
that.
more
That's
money than
what I
spending
don't
$40
understand.
for an oil change.
And
that's kind of what we're saying.
I need to get oil changed, by the way.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for
in
reminding
answering
me.
your question, Terry, I'll try to kind of treat this the same way I treat the town of Waynesville. The town of Waynesville throws a lot of resolutions at me, but they don't pick up the phone and say, hey, let's have a conversation. None of these people have called me to say, hey, let's have a conversation about what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to initiate a conversation. If they want to know about it, they can watch the video, or they can say, hey, can we have a conversation? I have never refused to sit down with anybody that's asked me to sit down for a conversation, but I don't initiate anything that's not government related that I need you folks at the table for.
If they watch the video, they'll know exactly what this is, and not what the paper pretended it to be or what people believe it to be. It'll be what it is.
And we're not going to have a budget till June 15th. So my DOT chair told me this morning when I talked to him, he said, well, just let me know what you want to do. So I've got to tell him when I go down there, and I can say, hey, don't do anything yet. Wait and see what happens, and you can let it hang a little longer. Or you can decide when you want it.
I talked to a DOT engineer at a seminar a couple of weeks ago, and it's on their radar. She told me that they're
trying to accomplish it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, and it's safety
It helps
and
them
maintenance.
too. A lot of folks don't realize this. It helps them because they can't get anything done either.
Right, yeah.
They have no flexibility. It's
Right.
all controlled from Raleigh.
Yeah.
And eventually, with
It's
the new governor,
frustrating.
that may change, but chances are that's not even going to change. We'll see.
Yeah, our MPO and RPO boards, it's very frustrating because every time I go there, it's like they're putting stuff off again. And it's just really frustrating because they don't have the money.
I get calls about South Main all the time. It's unfunded. I get calls about Junaluska. It's unfunded. I get calls about Russ Avenue. It's unfunded. There's there's a huge problem. We're dumping a lot of money in DOT, but there's so many projects across the state of North Carolina.
Mark, are y'all doing anything for the road tax on these EVs? You know, when you buy
There are
a
proposals.
gallon of gas, a lot of our price goes toward road maintenance, but electric vehicles, how are we getting compensated for the?
There are proposals, nothing concrete. Right now, there's a portion of the sales tax, I want to say 7 or 8% of the sales tax, that goes automatically into DOT's coffers every year. And then we appropriate money, like out of this budget, there will be a large percentage of money sent into that.
As a constituent, I'd say try to get the money.
You don't want the option.
Like we have to pay, if you don't have an EV, you know, we have to pay every time we fill up.
You don't want the option, because the way to do away with it, the big push, and this is what we're holding back against, is to do a flat mileage tax on everybody in the state of North Carolina. And you don't want that.
But you kind of pay that with a gas vehicle, so, you know.
pay that as you go,
Yeah.
but what you would end up doing in a situation like this is you would have to sit down and calculate your mileage every year.
Pay to your truck. and all
And
that, yeah.
from here on out, you would have to calculate every vehicle you've got, how much you've used. So you don't want to go the route they're talking of going, plain and simple. There's a lot of things that we could do, and a lot of things we should do, and a lot of things we want to do, but trying to do it to where it doesn't adversely affect people in the state of North Carolina is horrible. It really is.
I feel your pain, man.
But I'll do whatever Jens want to do. Jens can think about it. You can hold on to it for a little while. I'll talk to Brendan when I get to Raleigh, and Jens can talk about it and see what you want to do. We're not doing a budget until June 15th. So if you decide that you want to keep it and hold off on it and set the timetable, that's perfectly acceptable. I do want to talk about something that the gentleman brought up about Thickety. I had already talked about that at one point, about running a road so that when it floods, those folks can do that. I've already talked about that, but until I get a DOT person, I don't even know how much it costs. That'll be for whoever the new head is. I'll ask them if they can go look at that. It will be donated property. We are not going to condemn and buy any property. We're not going to do anything like that. So it will be, people will have to agree to allow the state of North Carolina to have how much they need to make a road through there and do it that way. Walnut, I can't even think of the name of it now, over there across from Ingalls. That road that turns down and goes into the housing development.
Thickety Road?
Yeah, it's on Champion Drive. You turn and go up, drop off down
Incinerator
there.
Road?
No, it's
Incinerator?
off Incinerator. You turn on Incinerator and turn immediately back to
Thickety
the
Road.
left. Well, you turn immediately back to the left, Pigeon Forward
Pigeon
Forge
Forward Road, yeah,
That's that is a
That is very
perfect-
narrow.
It is a very perfect example of what things shouldn't be done. There are houses and boundaries and things that are keeping that road from being widened. Even if people wanted to donate property, they're not going to donate their house for the DOT to put a road in for their neighbor. So there's not going to be one, and they won't take any of that. They won't widen it. They won't do anything until all of the property owners are willing to donate the
It's like
property.
10 feet wide.
That's
or
what you're going to be on this one in Thickety, is DOT's not going to buy any. They're not going to take any. All they're going to do is let people give up their property. And if all 100 people that go through there would be willing to let it connect to that road that comes out at your house, they would be able to make an alternate route. But that'll be up to somebody up here to get a price on it of what it would take to actually do it, if it's feasible to do it, and then they would hand it over to the people that do property acquisition, and they would negotiate with the folks about it. So that's a long way off. I don't see us getting there anytime soon, but that's something the local DOT supervisor will have to work on when he gets here. Wanda's just too busy for that. So, and Ira and those folks, this is a different topic. They were talking about the letter VAIA was going to be sent. We got those last time. I can give you my perspective from DHHS and why that's not happening. We are looking for a statewide carrier for two reasons. We have foster parents that take children with handicaps, and they realize that they're not able to do that any longer because of different situations. And they say, you know what, I need a different placement. That placement may be in Morganton, but that person has doctors in Jackson County because they're part of VAIA. And I don't know where VAIA's border stops at, but if it's in another LME MCO, that parent who's agreed, and usually they have kids of their own, has agreed to take on this foster child that needs some help, now has to drive them all the way back to Jackson County every time they need to go to the doctor, be it a counselor, be it a physician, be it a whatever. They have to drive them back. And we have hundreds of kids that are housed outside the state of North Carolina that are critical needs that fit into this category. They can't have Medicaid because Medicaid is not available except for to the residents of the state of North Carolina. So if they're in Tennessee, they have a local physician in Tennessee, the state of North Carolina has to pay for that. But if we go with a national carrier or someone who does this, much like Evergreen used Illinois for their Blue Cross Blue Shield, even though they were not using North Carolina's, they could all partner with that and they could get the same discounts in North Carolina that North Carolina Blue Cross Blue Shield would have because they were all kind of attached. That's where we're aiming this. This is not your everyday foster kid. This is not your everyday thing that comes up. We've got to figure out a way to help these kids get care, and if we've got a parent that's willing to take them, it's not fair for that parent to drive 2 hours to go to a doctor's visit. And those people are the ones who come to our office and sit down and explain it to us about the challenges and the things that they have. And most of these are very critical children. And yes, I agree, they do need to be with the provider that originally started with them, but that's not always feasible. We have to get them with someone that can take care of them, and currently, we're losing foster parents at a record pace just because they have maxed out on the system, they've maxed out on what they want to give, they've maxed out on the time that they have, and the state of North Carolina is requiring them to do something that is not acceptable. And to my understanding, and somebody would have to correct me, they're not even compensated for that. They do it out of the goodness of their heart to try to allow the continuation of care. So that's why that's never been tackled. It took me the first year in the legislature to learn it, and then we had a lot of other folks come down this time, and during our DHHS Appropriations Committee meetings, this was presented to us. So we're trying to solve a lot of problems by going with someone else. It has absolutely nothing to do with where we want to be. It is where we have to be. And I understand Valia and these other folks, they lose money per child that they're no longer taking care of. I get it. It interferes with their ability to keep some of the providers, and it keeps them solvent. But we've never let them fail, and we're not going to let them fail. If this becomes a big issue, they'll figure out a different way of subsidizing or fixing it to where they can stay in business, because they do provide a vital service. But we've got kids that really need to be taken care of where people will take care of them. We can't be driving them hours to go back to the doctor once a week, twice a week. Depends on the situation as to how often they have to go. So I did enjoy getting to hear a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Lots
Thanks,
of different
Mark.
topics.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Next time when you come, you can bring our federal representatives and get Mr. Corbin out of the Senate. And
I think Kevin's already there. I'm supposed to be there at 4:30 today.
You're gonna
Tag
be
and all,
late.
I don't think I'm going to make it.
don't get a speeding ticket.
But if you ever want Congressman Edwards, it's my understanding he keeps the same schedule we do. He goes back to D.C. on Mondays. He comes home on Thursdays. So if you ever get him, it'll probably have to be a Saturday meeting or something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah.
Mark, we appreciate you.
And do get us,
Do I need to turn
we
this
do
off?
need, no, you're fine. We do need, we do need more mental health funding, by the way, so.
Well, with Medicaid expansion,
Well, hopefully that'll help.
I don't
but-
remember the number out of the 1.8 that they're going to put towards mental health. They're also going to put a large portion towards substance abuse. I want to say it's 800 million towards mental health, but I can't swear to that. But you guys will be
Okay.
getting a...
Well, good, because we need more mental health funding.
Well, and you're going to be getting asked to come to a meeting very soon.
Okay,
I've been
good.
working on the project to get substance abuse in Franklin.
Okay.
We have a provider that's willing to come and build a facility. The cost for us to share
Great.
with them is not that great, but Marissa's been trying to work that out with the local people and them to get a date set up. And I think we're choosing the third Thursday of this month in Franklin. We're waiting on the location. It'll probably be one of the county facilities. It's not going to be at the church we went to the last time, but we're probably going to have one. And I would encourage any of you to come. This group is excited. They're ready to do it. They're ready to move forward, and they have bugged me absolutely to death for the last 6 weeks to get this meeting set up so they can come and talk to all of you folks and see kind of what they can do for it.
Well, that's great news. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark.
That'll solve a lot of problems, believe me.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you,
so
sir.
I know, that's what so we need to, is there a motion to approve item 2 of the regular agenda?
I make a motion, we postpone item number 2 from the agenda. Postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I guess if we postpone it indefinitely, Jennifer will have to bring it back up, or we'll bring it back up in a meeting? Okay, okay. And Brian, I'm sure we'll let everybody know when and what that will be about. So I'm just going to stick it, safety and maintenance, okay? So, Okay, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, you want to oppose that? Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, we got through it. Okay, so our next order of business is appointments. We do not have any. In closed session, we do not have any. Does anybody else have anything to bring before the board this morning? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion, we adjourn. It's like 1 o'clock. Oh, recognize Amy? Oh, no, it was, we appreciate all you do, Amy. It was National Administrative Assistance Day, but you're actually the clerk to the board, so you got all those roles. So
That's right.
we appreciate all you do because it's a big help. Okay. Okay, so is there a second? Okay. So we had a motion and a second, correct?
To adjourn, right?
Okay, yeah. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, we're adjourned. Everybody have a great day.